Hello. We're here. Okay, testing, test. Yeah, sorry. We're having some weird minor audio issues, but it's because I recorded with Marco Meatball today. And it was amazing, but the video won't be up for like another couple months. I'm also working on something with a couple other people, which I'm really thankful for. I'm also making a public service announcement right now. If you pearl clutch in my comments on YouTube, doesn't matter what it's about. Doesn't matter what it's about. If you act appalled and or offended by something, I'm immediately ignoring you. I'm unlisting you from my channel. I love clutching pearls. Like somebody, I didn't even read it. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even like fully read it because my eyes glazed over, but somebody was upset about the fact that I brought up Nordic mythology or was saying that I was like biased towards Nordic mythology or against it. But if you watch any of my other videos, I reference Germanic myth and Celtic myth and like Egyptian mythology. Like I reference a bunch of different cultures. Like there's just some people that will just like come out of the woodwork and just say shit. They'll just say shit, and it has nothing to do with me. I don't even know where these people are coming from. You've been paid off by Big Nordic. We've known for a while. Oh my god, I saw that. LOL. I didn't, like, Charlie, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I glossed over it. Do you ever read something? Do you ever read something and, like... Okay, wait. Wollen said that's not pearl clutching, by the way. That is pearl clutching. Pearl clutching, I'm literally just gonna read you a definition. Outrage or dramatic protest. Caused by something the person perceives as vulgar, in bad taste, or morally wrong. It's usually done to, like, virtue signal. Like, ooh, you care about Nordic mythology? How dare you? Like, that's pearl clutching. That's pearl clutching. How dare you, chat? How dare you care about mythology? Oh, I see. It's pearl clutching about pearl clutching. I love Stephen Fry's take. Okay, you're offended, so what? Well, what's weird is that, like, in a lot of circumstances, the pearl clutching, like, especially in YouTube comment sections, sometimes you'll be like a content creator and it just, people will say things that just objectively are not true. Which, like, what do you do about that? What do you do when, like, respectfully someone is, like, having issues with perception? Their insight score is fucked. Like, what do you do? I've never heard that term before. I always learn something new. She clutched on my pearl till I... Yeah. It's typically something that, like, so pearl clutching, it happens a lot during political, like, election cycles. Like, it happens a lot when people are trying to virtue signal or appear as if they stand for something. But this isn't election cycle oriented, obviously. This is just like people wanting to be outraged for the sake of being outraged. Or maybe it's because like they want to try to find a reason to hate me or like a bias against me, which is fine and fair. I think also too there's like a I don't know. Cooper's also going to lose his fucking mind. It's been rough over here. I'm not going to lie. things have been wild over here, so apologies. We just lost our rats. Cooper is stressed out. There's been a lot of like moving and shifting in our apartment. So it's rough. Apologies. But I'm about to play the video game if I can get some stuff to work, which is the goal. Also, hold on, this mic on my audio. All right, test. What was their point of contention? Was that it's Nordic or that you're bringing it mythology? I think, okay, so from what I understand, they were saying that I have like a bias toward looking at Elden Ring through a Nordic lens, but that's not even true. That's not even true. Like in all my other videos, I've referenced like the Celtic Cross. My raw video is going to be on the Indus Valley civilization and also about when Rome conquered most of the Celtic land outside of the Mediterranean. Like, I don't fucking know. People are raging against their inability to change things, so they go online and try to start drama. I think so. I think it's more just like people aren't familiar with my content and they feel like they have some ownership over this franchise because they put a lot of hours and time into it. Also, hi, hello. But that's not what even, I don't know. People are weird. I get a lot of, I get a lot of those people. And, I don't know, what the fuck. Maybe stop being so controversial. What happened to your rats? So, my rats were... Wait, Indus Valley mentioned I had like 3 chapters on it in middle school. Sorry, I put my controller down. Also, can I read you guys my raw script really quick? Hold on, ADHD is really bad. So the rats were really old. They were 3 years old. Domesticated rats typically live anywhere from ages 2 to 4. So they were old men. They were little old men, and one of them had a terminal respiratory issue. And it's something that happens in rats where the flora, it's like an internal flora thing that builds up over time and it eventually kills them. Rats can live anywhere from ages 2 to 4. That's typically their lifespan. So one of the rats had just like internal flora growth that can't be stopped. It's like a terminal issue. But then the other one had a mammary tumor, which is really common in rats. That's like the main thing that kills them, unfortunately. So respiratory infections and tumors. So unfortunately, I lost both of them yesterday. But we've been kind of, I don't know. I've been kind of like anticipating their loss for a hot minute. So it is what it is. I'm sorry about your rats. They seemed like very respectful. They were. Also, hey whales, what's up? But so I had, it's interesting because like my heart rat was the one that had the respiratory infection, and we thought that he was okay. But it's complicated. Like, we thought one of them was going to be put down and the other one was going to be brought home. And unfortunately, rats don't live very long. If their partner gets killed, they're really social creatures. And so if they're living by themselves, like their half-life after they lose their sibling or their partner is very short. And you typically need to find a companion for one of them if one of them dies. So I was like fully ramping up, I think mentally and gearing up to have this rat live in my hoodie for like the next however long until we got additional rats. But unfortunately, his respiratory infection was like, or like his condition was severe enough that he had to go. I lost my rats when they were 2. I'm sorry. It's so hard. They die so quickly. But they are sweet. Panic, the one that I liked a lot, he used to do this thing where I would put my hands like this in front of the cage, and he would like crawl over to me, and he would plop his little butt down in my hands, and he would just like stare at me and like chitter and shake, and like his eyes would boggle, so they like go like their cheek muscles are connected to their eye sockets, and so when they're excited and happy, they'll like chitter or do like weird things and their eyes will like spasm. And I remember the first time I saw it happening, I was like, holy shit, is he having a seizure? What's happening? But I found out that it was like he was excited and being affectionate, and it changed my fucking life. I became a rat person in that moment. Yeah, the boggling. The boggling. But yeah, I just like am not. They grind their teeth and the vibrations make their eyes wibble. It's true. It's true. Yeah, little guys are just like a point for body horror. It's rough. It's some rough shit. But good news, woke up really early and filmed with Marco Meatball, where we went through some of our deep cuts and like favorite songs of the FromSoft series, which was really fun. I had a really good time doing that. Wait, what is this? Oh, the Fort of the Reprimand? Okay. I kind of want to go down to the dragon situation down south. So because like obviously everybody does music analysis. Hold on, wait, let me back up. So Marco Meatball is a YouTuber who focuses, ooh, thank you so much. Hey, Calix, good morning. Marco Meatball's a YouTuber who is an ex-opera singer and like really into classical music. He lived and breathed it for many, many years. He lived overseas. Hey, Jean, what's up? Thank you so much. Thank you for the condolences. But Marco is amazing. One of my favorite internet guys. Like very, very, very passionate about art and music and the way that stories are portrayed via music. I feel like he's my go-to for understanding like traditional nuance when it comes to storytelling, because there's a lot of stuff I'm not fluent in. Like I feel like visual art, I feel very confident in being able to decipher and break down, but as far as like the way that music is used, I need a lot of help, and I depend on his channel a lot for breaking down like the Nier soundtrack and also the Elden Ring OST. But yeah, oh yeah, he does like Warframe content and stuff right now too. But he's always a delight to talk to, and we kind of go through the same motions when it comes to content creation, because obviously like we're traditionally trained in other like forms of art, but then also have worked outside of content creation for many, many years. So transitioning into content creation has been hard for the both of us. And so it's always nice to have that person to talk to about that kind of shared experience. But he and I broke apart some deep cuts that he hasn't covered on his channel yet. So obviously he's covered things like Ludwig, he's covered Moog, Lord of Blood, he's done a lot of breakdowns of those songs, but he also wait, Marco is one of the only 2 people online who have made videos about Father Owl OST and Sekiro, my favorite FromSoft track. We actually cover some Sekiro in the video, so look forward to it. Because I know that there were some things in particular that I've been frustrated that a lot of music channels don't focus on. So I brought up, what does deep cut mean? Usually songs that are not traditionally covered. So a lot of classical music analysis channels will focus on these really big orchestral pieces, and they'll focus on really big ones that are quite popular with the Soulsborne community, like Ludwig or Or I'm trying to think of like other big ones. You know, like I just said, Moog is another really big one. But there's ones that I feel like don't get enough love that are simple because they're from the earlier games. Like there's some Demon Souls tracks that I brought up that I was like, nobody's talked about these before. We're going to talk about them today. And then there's also just some personal favorites that we both have. And it was really funny because some of our personal favorites lined up. Like the last 4 songs we selected to be really similar. So it was cool. It was really cool. I love you, Ingon, but you need to chill. But yeah, I wanted to go over, like, the itinerary for today is going to be a little chaotic, but I actually wanted to read you guys my next video script because I'm having some, hold on, this is quite loud. I'm having some issues. There we go. Let me know if that's too quiet for y'all. Usually stuff that doesn't... Yeah, okay, wait, the Lady Maria boss theme slaps. So Lady Maria is actually one of the bosses that I would argue gets the most coverage. Ludwig, Lady Maria, I'm trying to think of who else. There's a lot of... Is that Ingon? But we do cover a lot of Bloodborne. We cover some Bloodborne, we cover some Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2. We cover... We make a point to cover the hits, you know, but like some of the lesser known ones. You guys won't be disappointed. The Gwyn from Dark Souls 1, Gehrman, yeah. But it was super fun. I'm really excited for the video to go live. It probably won't be live for another month. Lawrence, I feel like... I don't know if I'm late to the party, but last night when I was playing Elden Ring, I noticed there was one of those large gravestones and a helix tree at the back part of Castle Morn. I don't think it's important, it's just interesting. Yeah. Castle Morn is quite an interesting... situation. It's 2:58 in Australia. Sees Quaylog is live. Ooh, I could stay up a little bit longer. But yeah, TLDR, wrapping up all of the like different conversations we were having just now. If you pearl clutch in my comments, if you act outraged... So, first off, you guys can talk to me normally. I hope you know that. And I think that there's this thing that happens a lot when you're a content creator where people will like talk to you and will be very insulting or very rude or very emotional and reactionary. And then when you respond to them, they're like, oh, I'm a huge fan. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Like, it happens all the fucking time. It happens all the fucking time. And it's to the point where I am just not going to respond to those people anymore. Like, even if you don't mean it like that, even if you're like just joking or if you're trying to get a reaction, and the only way that you know how to interface or get somebody's attention is by being a shitheel, it's not my fucking problem. It's not my problem. I'm not your mom. I'm not your mother. I'm not trying to teach you how to socialize with people or how to like talk to people. So if you get in my comments and you act outraged by something, instead of just being like, hey, try asking questions. Here's the thing. If you feel like a content creator isn't covering, like this person thought that I was covering too much of Norse mythology, you could ask, hey, have you covered Germanic mythology? Or have you covered Celtic mythology? Have you covered any of the cultures that are, any of the other myths that are present in this video game? I would be like, yes, let me give you one of my videos. Let me give you one of my other videos where I talk about all of those cultures collectively together. Let me help you. Here's some content that I made that you might like. We can have that kind of conversation. We can have that conversation, y'all. I trust that we can have a normal conversation. I think the talking to women barrier for entry is too high for a lot of FromSoft fans. Yeah, it's crazy. Norse is a Germanic branch, to be fair. It's like a whole... Like, my video, The Elden Ring Keeps Me Up at Night, is a deep dive into how traditions from the Roman Empire were extremely malleable because they were conquering a ton of people, they were assimilating a ton of cultures. We had Rome conquer Egypt for a short period. There was so much ideas being melded together. Like, there were so many ideas and religions and spirituality and iconography that were shared and melded and assimilated or destroyed. And they all have their own regional cultural nuances. So even if like Rome stole symbolism or a myth from Egypt, they might have like different functions because of, you know, their class system, their environment that they lived in. There's so much. There's so much. And so like I often am like, hey, check this out. Or hey, check this out. What, you're telling me cultures interact with each other? But yeah, there was somebody that was I don't even know what they were upset about. I think people are just mad that you draw IRL parallels. They don't like historical nerds. Well, it was weird because it wasn't even that they didn't like the historical parallels. It was that they made an assumption about how I draw parallels, thinking that I'm only a Nordic comparative mythology person. Which is like... Since when? Oh. It's so over. I just whiffed like 3 attacks in a row. And Cooper won't stop. Hold on. I gotta go get Cooper. He's been really struggling the past couple days. Okay, wait. Hold on. Your reality is no good here. Historical nerds are the worst. I'm a history nerd. I love that shit. I think... I don't even know what was going on with this person. Because on one hand, they weren't the kind of person that was like, politics don't belong in my video game. That wasn't the type of person that they were. It was just like, it was just weird. Wait, that's stupid. I was just catching up on Lore Theory Thursday from 2 weeks ago, and you did nothing but talk about myths and history from Asia Minor. Takes so bad she had to run away. All right, I'm back. The Black Blade. But yeah, I think it was just really, it was both comical and like equal parts comical and equal parts frustrating. That people act like they are familiar with my content, but it's very clear that they're not. And it's been happening a lot more lately. The internet is just, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I think I don't know. Hold on, let me back it up. I don't think it is just me. There's something that is going on with a lot of social media platforms. Twitter being the main one. YouTube comments being another one, where there are a lot of people that are, I mean, it's like there's trolls. I'm used to trolls. I kind of miss, and I know Northern Lion had a whole bit about this, where he was talking about how he missed trolls from like back in the day, where there would be people that would say like offensive things, or would like insult your appearance, or, you know, little things like that, which I prefer. I miss it. I miss it. I miss it so bad. I miss the trolls that would say get good in my comments. I miss the trolls that would try to roast me on like how bad I play these games. I miss the trolls. I just miss it, man. I think YouTube is turning into old Twitter now that old Twitter is turned into X. No, YouTube and Twitter. So like old Twitter used to be so much easier for me to navigate. New Twitter is just like a bunch of blue check marks who get paid by, like, you get paid by people engaging with your content. So that means you post things that are just factually incorrect because you know that a million people are going to respond to it correcting you, or you post things that are going to be outwardly outrageous so that way a million people can dunk on you, and you'll put yourself in a position to get dunked on to make money. And so you get a bunch of people just saying factually heinous shit or dumb shit or like insensitive shit or just like, and then people will engage with it because they are trying to be like, they're trying to be like, oh, fucking get him. This guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. But you're paying them. They're getting paid when you respond to them. They're getting paid. And so now you have this whole, the internet is just, it's different now. It's different now because it's not just like people insulting your appearance. It's people just saying wrong shit more so than normal. And it's like to the point where my feed is like incomprehensible. Like I can't even look at Twitter anymore. It's fucking bad. And then it has gotten worse since a certain politician almost got Sudoku'd. Not Sudoku'd, but do you know what I mean? Since a certain politician, something happened to a certain politician somewhat recently. And then also since the election cycle started, it has gotten fucking heinous. It is out of control. It's out of control. We have fucking Elon Musk and Andrew Tate talking about how we need to preserve Christianity, both of whom were like outspoken like agnostics and atheists before. Like what the fuck is happening right now? it's I mean, I know what's happening, but it's just, it's so fucking annoying. He almost had to respawn in Minecraft. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I'm so happy that Twitter never boomed in Germany. It just sucks that so many people's incomes are tied to that fucking platform. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. And I want to just like blow up my Twitter account, but it's where I publish most of my stuff. So, you know. Oh my god, I was so EP, I missed the notification. It's okay. But yeah, anyway, other than all of that stuff, I'm doing pretty good. Anagrammed? Hey Quaylog, what is your opinion on the red-haired beasts and how it relates to other red-haired enemies and people? It seems like it's tied into the Bronze Age. There's a couple of different things happening with the color red. One, it's associated with Godfrey's era, which is like primordial gold in the in-game text, but I definitely think it's supposed to be Godfrey's era of gold, which mixes in different aspects, which then creates tarnished gold, because tarnished gold is impure, so it has like copper or like other things tied to it. But it definitely seems like the age of red hair is tied to the age of the giants. There's like a lot of the giants have red hair, but then there's also like gigantism and crucible horns and the civilization of Ra, or Rao, however you want to pronounce it. I think that there is this. Yeah. So the dragons are Neolithic. The Indus Valley culture is Bronze. And the Hornsent culture, I would say, is a little bit more advanced than Bronze Age, but it's tricky because, and this is like one of the issues that I'm having with my current script. I might want to read it to you guys right now. There is too much, there's too much knowledge that's been transitioned between like a bunch of different cultures. And it's to the point where it's so cumbersome that I don't think people are able to follow. And I worry that it's gonna not make sense. So like, I'm talking about the ancient civilization of Ra, but in order for me to talk about that, I have to talk about Belurot. But in order for me to talk about that, I have to talk about how Mesmer's forces stole all of the knowledge from Belurot. So there's like 3 layers deep of cultures stealing information from one another. But then Belurot has Celtic, Egyptian, and Roman aesthetics, in addition to like some Mesopotamian stuff that's happening. But then Ra has Indus Valley symbols and references, so Pakistan. And then we're also getting some of the stuff that Cuke and Tony Pepperoni put together. It's like, it fucking hurts. It hurts. I'm doing a multi-part series, Kaio. That's the problem, is that the multi-part series was supposed to just focus on like one region at a time. But the issue with focusing on Ra as my first one is that like every single culture is interacting with Ra or has like scraped belief systems from Ra. And in order for you to kind of understand, oh my God, in order for you to understand what's happening in Ra, we have to understand what's happening in Belurot, because Belurot is informed by Ra. Do you think that FromSoft may have pulled too many references into mix, or it's just complex but can't make sense? It makes sense. It makes total sense, because it's referring to a very particular era of Rome that is pre-Christianization of Rome, like right up to the Christianization. During the period that, so I want to say Egypt was it 50 BC or 30 BC? Roman Egypt was 50 BC. And then the invasion of the, no. The invasion of the Celtic region was 50 BC. Egyptian Rome is 30 BC. But then the Christianization of Rome is 300 AD. So pretty much from that point of time, so like 50 BC up to 300 AD would be the chunk of time that the Shadowlands takes place in. Talking about A needs you to know about B. Talking about B needs you to know about A and C. Talking about C needs you to know about... Yes! Exactly. Okay, wait. Roman Egypt was 30 BC to 641 AD. Thank you. Thank you, Moss. At this point, might as well just study real history. Well, I'm trying to spark notes real history to try to, like, make sense of what is happening. Is the architecture in Raw the same as the columns and the lands between? I've not done a direct comparison. Yes, they are. They are the same columns. They are known as the Black Ruins in the base game. And they make up the ruin-strewn precipice, and the big golems with the big giant bows and arrows and halberds are associated with them. They're like from that ancient civilization. So I don't know. I love long format content. This one might just be like, this video might just be a, am I gonna die? Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die. Sorry. I wasn't anticipating that drop. Yeah, Raw was everywhere in the lands between. Yeah. Yeah, Raw was everywhere. It's literally from the Weeping Peninsula up to the Altus Plateau, all the way to Radon's boss room. And those are also the ruins that the Bat Ladies sing at. The Roblox oof of lore. Yeah. Of yore. Video of lore. I can't talk. I don't know if you caught this detail already, but have you noticed that Florisax's quest tells us that Placidusax still has some form of sentience and influence even if you have already killed him, so that emphasizes how he exists outside of time. He is Schrodinger's Dragon Lord. That's pretty nifty. To me, it seems like Ra was the primordial giants. Yeah, they were like the, I would say like crucible gigantism, because all of the entities that are in the specimen storehouse are all presumably from Ra. Do you think Ra built the 6 divine towers in the lands between? They have different architecture. So there's a lot of borrowed architecture between, and I did a video on this. This was the Elden Ring map Keeps Me Up at Night. There's shared architecture assets between the Fire Giant's Forge, the Divine Towers, and the Black Stone Ruins, I believe. Which is crazy. Island Gigantism is my shit. Yeah, I love Island Gigantism. Although it would apply more to like rats and smaller entities, but we get Gigantism all across the board. Malakath also lives outside of time, right? Yes, he does. Okay, so my video, hold on, let me pull up my script really quick. We're gonna have like a mini Lore Theory Thursday, by the way, because I need to finish this script because it's been too long and it's been driving me fucking insane. There's a horned lion beast outside the Divine Tower in the entrance of Stormvale, and that's just confusing me. It isn't confusing. So the horned lions and the Stormvale falcon, like the hawks are all part of the same culture, which has then been repurposed, and they're kind of being used as like gladiatorial fighting entities as opposed to being worshipped as like divine beasts. Like a lot of the lions are in pretty rough shape. Quaylog, is there a video where you discuss Muriel and what his whole deal is? So Muriel, I don't have a video on it, but cool fish. Muriel is a stand-in for a lore exposition NPC that is representative of George R. R. Martin's relationship with his pet turtles, if that makes sense. So George R. R. Martin has like a turtle brooch, and the turtles are kind of a symbol of him as a creator. And he based a lot of Game of Thrones off of his pet turtles. Obviously, Game of Thrones is referencing the War of the Roses, but the internal conflict between and drama between the characters was inspired by his pet turtles. And so he wears a little turtle brooch on his hat. I don't know if you've ever noticed it. But yeah. That's his little... Makes sense. He takes forever to write the damn books. George R. R. Martin is dog. What? That's why turtles are so prevalent? Yeah. It's because that's George, babes. Turtles are messy and dramatic as fuck. Yeah. Oh my god, one of his turtles beheaded the turtle Ned Stark. But yeah, he's always done it. Okay, wait, so let me go through this really quick. So I start off by saying Ra's my favorite region in the game, but it's also the most empty, as most of the cultural information's been scraped away by the scholars of antiquity from Belurot. Belurot has even built structures on top of the ruins of Ra. So the Church of the Bud is actually a Belurot structure that is not a Ruins of Ra structure. That is specific to the culture of Belurot when they settled in Ra. Belurot has a lot of Roman inspiration, specifically the era of Rome that took over Celtic land in 51 BC and then established Roman Egypt in 30 BC. This takes place before the Christianization of Rome in 380, which I feel like Marika and Radagon represent in Leyndell. I'll talk about that in another video, but my point is that the Romans conquered and assimilated many groups, including the Celts. This is why the Hornsent NPCs have Irish accents, although I don't know. So obviously, like, they have Irish accents instead of the Finger Maidens, because they're trying to establish that this culture was taken over by the Roman aesthetics. And like the Roman inquisitors and the Roman culture, but at the same time, what actual Irish accents sounded like in 30 BC, I do not know. I do not know. And I don't think that these are accurate, but I think that they're just trying to make a point about Celtic. So Ra ruins are not Neolithic or Stone Age people. They are Bronze Age people, which is why we find the verdigris talisman there. It's complicated. Let me get to it. But Moor's armor is Bronze Age. It's Bronze Age era. We do not have any MP3 recordings of Irish people from 30 BC. Exactly, yeah. But we do have a lot of linguistics experts. I just don't think that, Miyazaki and FromSoft team know a lot of voice actors that know like an ancient accent. So I think that going with an Irish accent is the best way to go. So my point is that the Romans conquered and assimilated many groups, including the Celts. Or Celts, sorry. Apologies for my fucking American bullshit. Okay. This is why the Hornsent NPCs have Irish accents and why the Wicker Man is present, despite Belurot's architecture being Roman. The Hornsent NPC also uses a weapon called a falx, which is apologies for the pronunciation, Dacian, Thracian, and Scythian weapon. A Dacian, Thracian, and Scythian weapon, which also inspired the Celts. This is why Belurot has Egyptian... This is also why Belurot has Egyptian artifacts. Because Belurot's real-world allegory is an empire that absorbed so much outside culture from North Africa to Asia Minor. It stands to reason that Ra has been absorbed in a similar fashion. However, the writers make sure to establish that the Hornsent seem to have actual ancestors from Ra and the Hornsent warriors. While their migration down to Belurot's region is unclear, NPCs like the divine bird warrior Ornis seems to have fallen off of the foundations of Ra down to an already established temple quarter. The scholars of antiquity studied Ra's relationship with the divine beasts and their ability to contain spiritual energy in small ceramic sculptures called Ra burrows. Subsequently, their research on the ancient city was stolen by the Fire Knights during Mesmer's crusade. At this point, you can probably see why I was stressing about this video. The transition and assimilation of knowledge make it difficult to parse what belongs to who. While Mesmer's original aim was to annihilate all aspects of the horn scent, Fire Knights Salza and Heald urged that the horn scent specimens and horn scent cultural knowledge be preserved in the specimen storehouse. Despite Queen Marika and Mesmer's desire to have the horn scent eradicated, Queen Marika benefited from this preservation of knowledge, as we see the stone tablets and birch scrolls in Queen Marika's bedchamber. Thank you guys so much for the resubscriptions. I'll speculate on what she may be researching in another video. But Miquella is also fascinated by this knowledge. One of the birch scrolls also illustrates the secret rite, which is used by Miquella to attach Ron's soul to Mohg's remains. That lord must usher in a god's return, and that god will attach himself or herself to their chosen lord. This thematically ties in with Radahn being the lion-themed warrior, whose soul's inhabiting a horned figure as the horn scent that originated from Ra, tamed and controlled entities called divine beasts, which were then worshipped in Beleriand. And I'll also, like, be citing each of these things. I'll be citing, like, each, like, statement that I'm making with an item description, so that way it doesn't get all fucked up. Wait, did you see the Garank robes on the little Egyptian boat statues? No, I didn't. I'll go check it out. Oh wait, bro, you're only 47 paid subs away from Partner Plus. Oh my god, you guys, we're almost there. Thank you so much for helping support. If you guys want to continue to support me so I can help achieve Partner Plus, it will help me to retain more of my subscription revenue, which is awesome, and ad revenue, right? But yeah, that makes it much easier for me to be able to make content for you guys. So thank you so much for supporting me. But yeah, I talk about Miquella being fascinated with a lot of the findings that potentially come from Ra, but then we get into, you know, like, enough about all of the cultures that are stealing from Ra, or like taking their practices and knowledge from Ra. Let's focus on like what's actually happening in the geographic region. And then we talk about the spirit calculus and why the horned enemies drop spirit calculus. We talk about teratoma, because the spirit calculus is a small growth of hair and horns that is like a small little, like, tumor, a small little teratoma almost, that is inside of those animals. And then I get a little bit into just some like bullshit regarding the double helix and the inspiration for the double helix as a visual mechanism in the world building and why that's being used. I do think a lot of the people that were saying, so like, first and foremost, the Boaz and Jacquin pillars are present in the game, so that's obviously like a portion of it. There's spiritual balance. But I do also think that given the repeating horn and spiral motif in the game, and then also the little cancerous blobs, or the little blobs with it's stem cells. It's not cancer, but it's stem cells, is representative of DNA sequences and like a bunch of other bullshit. There is Fibonacci sequence bullshit in this game. And I say bullshit because I hate talking about it, because there is a visual leap that you have to make. It's not something that's necessarily established in the lore, in the in-game text, but it's something that's established in the visual language that's being used. Wait, which blobs? The spirit calculus blob. The blowjob brothers. Hold on. So, let me break this down. I'm gonna open this up so y'all can see it. Wow. Is this one that I can... Where's the fandom one? God damn it. I might have to open it up in like a file. Let me see if I can, or if Cuke has sent me one before, because Cuke has, I think, sent it to me in the past. No. Hold on, let me pull this shit up. Ooh, yeah. I got it right here. Somewhere. It's somewhere in here. Ooh. Waves, I'm actually just gonna... Wait, no. Where's another place I can put this? I'm gonna send it to... Yeah, I'm gonna send it to Waves. I'm sorry, Waves. I know you're in the chat. Okay. So let's pop this bad boy open. All right, so this thing is a really specific and unique item. You can only get this from animals that you kill in raw. You can only get this from animals that you kill in raw. And it is a mixture of like horns and teeth and hair, which is a teratoma. So there's a couple of different things happening here with this name. So a calculus, first off, or a calculus stone, is a solid type of material that forms in parts of the body, which a kidney stone. In some medical beliefs in parts of Asia, the kidneys, lungs, liver, spleen, and heart were thought to store, make, and transform spiritual essence. They're also known as calculus stones, but aesthetically the item resembles teratoma more, which is a type of growth that can be filled with hair, teeth, keratin, etc. because of stem cells. A spirit calculus is a small nugget of hair and horns. They can be used to create a sprite stone utilizing a raw burrow, a small ceramic burrow which houses spiritual essence. It can be used as a projectile and detonated using a bond stone. This is created by using essence from the calculus or stem cells and beast horns. But I don't want to get into the weeds about all of the Fibonacci sequence stuff, but the reason why we see things like spiral horns or the spiral pillars or the DNA sequence aesthetic is because the Fibonacci sequence is like one of the most efficient sequences that can manifest in nature. It is just, it affects like it is present in our DNA. It's present in the shape of, it's present in the shape of the galaxy. It's present in horns. It's present in shells. It's present in fucking everything. It's the golden ratio. Yeah, it's great. And we see it a lot in this game. I don't like to get too much into sacred geometry and esotericism because I don't think that it's saying much outside of the fact that this is the building block of this in-game fictional setting. Like they're using a lot of sci-fi, obviously, with the cosmic entities in this game and like the primordial current and all that other stuff. But I think that the Crucible and all aspects, like all forms of life related to the Crucible, have to do with this spiral motif and with this sequence. And I think that that's why we have the spiral vortex, which is called the Crucible vortex in the game. It's why aspects of the Crucible include horns, and all this other shit. Hey, thank you so much for the 3-month subscription. There's so much shit. There's so much shit. And I don't know if it is saying much in the in-game lore outside of just saying like, hey, this is kind of like the creation of... This is the key of life, and this particular culture has discovered it, if that makes sense. The sprite stones and the sprite themes remind me so much of Stormlight Archive, and the bonding of entities and demigods. The Abyssal Serpent reminds me of the Poppy War book. I can see that. Do you think it's just shorthand for most important shape than anything deeper than that? I think, Emily, that it's like shorthand for saying like key to life. Like this is This is like the most efficient pattern in nature, and so therefore it kind of creates a lot of the foundations and structures within our world. And so we have things like aspect of the crucible bloom, the horns, trees. We have like all of this imagery of things coming out of things, coming out of things, coming out of things. And there's a lot of stuff that is happening there. The spiral is literally a DNA double helix. Yeah, I would say the spiral is both the Boaz and Jachin, like the divine pillar, but I think that it ties into a lot of the medical. It's so crazy because like Elden Ring uses like obviously divine shit. It uses a lot of like faith oriented stuff. Hey, Waves, thank you so much for the resubscription. It uses a lot of mythology and spirituality and like all this really awesome stuff, but it also utilizes physics and black holes and science fiction. But then it also utilizes like early medicine and they have tier 3. Thank you so much. Can you show mathematically that the Fibonacci sequence is actually there? It's more so that mathematically, I mean, like, I don't think that there's like the number isn't present, but the imagery is present, which is spiral, which is just spiral. And I think that the main key that allowed me to make the leap between, so like obviously we were seeing all the horns and we were seeing all the flowers and we were seeing all the bullshit, right? And a lot of people were like, oh, it's a DNA sequence. I was kind of iffy about making that leap. I was iffy about making that leap, y'all. But the thing that sold me was the fucking teratoma, because it is stem cells. That is the key to life. That is the divine key to life in Elden Ring, is stem cells. Which is just DNA sequence. It's just spiral DNA sequencing. That is the spirit calculus is the thing that made the crucible what it is. But it's like specific to Raw. Why were you iffy on making that leap? Just wondering. So for me, it's very obvious that the spiral motif, like with the pillars and with a lot of the architecture in the game, comes from very specific historical assets that Miyazaki scanned and put into the game. And I don't want to like, it's weird. As much as I'm like, wow, that's fucking beautiful that they like combined a spiral motif from real world spirituality and a spiral motif in science and biology and combine them. But I almost like am hesitant to give creators that much credit. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to like make it too complex of a metaphor if that's not what's actually happening. And so I was a little bit like, is this actually what this is? I don't know. Is this actually what this is? But as soon as they introduced the spirit calculus, I was like, oh, like this is stem cells. This is a teratoma. Like, are they that smart or am I crazy? Yeah, exactly. Like, am I just attributing stuff to... It feels like one layer too many at first. 100% Romulus. That's like the main... Yeah, overthinking and overinvestment can be a real trap when you're trying to do more artful work. Exactly. And like, I don't... Lots of links to biology and cosmology, 100%. So the Crucible is just fantasy DNA. The Crucible, yes. I would say whatever the fuck is happening around Ra is crazy. No. Miyazaki's a Mason. He has access to all this wisdom. I think he's just really into weird fiction, which is both... Weird fiction is fantasy, science, religion. It's like the... It's all that shit. It's all the Rosicrucian and Mason and... It's all fucking... And it sucks. Making these videos sucks. Making these videos sucks because when I make that leap and I'm like, hey, look at all this artistic, look at all these like artistic references that are being used. A lot of people are afraid to make that leap unless it's explicitly stated in like the in-game text. But it's like too much. For somebody that really loves and appreciates how much. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. Cooper is underneath my leg and he just laid down. Come on, you need to get off. It sucks because when I'm trying to wait, is there any historical connection between the spirals and cosmology, sacred geometry, and some other form? Of course there is. Of course there is. 100%. The Miro board is greater than videos. I said it. It's true. So, like, zoomed out, all of us can understand, like, the main message of what Miyazaki's trying to say, right? But when you zoom in, it is frustrating that it is so cohesive. Yeah, wait, physicists seeing the gravity crest, are they aware that they postulated the common existence of negative mass, or did they just think magnets looked cooler? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It's so frustrating. Don't galaxies literally spiral? Yes. Okay, so, the reason why things in nature create spirals is because it is the most efficient pattern in nature for growth. It's the most efficient pattern. Not all galaxies are spirals, but it is just how it is. It's literally everywhere, yeah. Galaxy clusters also have similar designs to neurons. Chat, look at your fingerprints and you'll see a spiral. Clutches pearls. But yeah, it's like... It's frustrating. It's frustrating! It spirals all the way down. Like, I'm not here to try to... I don't know. I think that sometimes it's really easy to get lost in the weeds. Oops, with details. So the important thing is to kind of ask yourself, like, hey, so we're getting into the weeds about the Fibonacci sequence and sacred geometry. What is Miyazaki actually trying to say here? What is the function of all of this shit that they've included in their video game? The function is to just create building blocks for a fictional world by looking at the real world and being like, hey, what is the most common pattern in the real world and how can we incorporate that in our fictional fantasy setting, you know? Like thoughts on how the pose Mikola makes in front of the Divine Gate kind of looks like the Farum Azula Elden Ring. I don't know what to make of it. I think the Farum Azula ring. So I get what you're saying, but I think that the I actually don't know if I have it unlocked on this character. I don't think I do. I don't. Farum Azula ring looks like it's a root system, but I know some people were getting into the weeds about the way that it looks like Mikola, but the ring in Farum Azula predates all of it. Is this not a strange place for beastmen? No, it's not, because Archdragon Peak and this location may have been around here. And we already had the discussion that we think that Farum Azula may have been connected to Jagged Peak because the indentation in Bale's boss room looks like Farum Azula, and like the bird grave. The sky burial thing. I forget, is there anything in here? Yep. Oh, it just loops back around. Okay. I think the roots in Farum Azula are actually supposed to represent the free-flowing grace of the Crucible era when everyone was blessed, and opposed to Marika's where only certain people are given the grace of gold. Do you guys want to break down the geometry of that, or the symbolism of that really quick? Hold on. I like how my shield is just floating. Okay. So let's get into it real quick. Let me open up my Miro board. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do Farum Azula Elden Ring versus Queen Marika's ring. Okay, cool. Somebody already like put them together in a cohesive. Oh, never mind. Miro has been a pain in the ass lately, and it's been really frustrating. Okay, hold on. Miro used to let me rip images from URLs and was really indiscriminate. Like, it would just like kind of let me fart images out anywhere, and now it's being very picky and it's like, this file has to be a PNG. Like, I don't want you looking at anything anymore. I'm just like, all right, cool. Back when Miro was cool. Yeah, okay. So here are two images. This is the Farum Azula ring at the top, the Radagon's Golden Order ring at the bottom. Let me also get Godfrey seal. Let me see if I can get Godfrey incantation. I wonder if I just have it in my files somewhere, actually. Oh, you're the best. You're the best. All right. Yuke is out here doing the Lord's work. Hold on, everybody. I'm so sorry. I wanted to get... Cuke, do you happen to have, like, Godfrey's incantation sigils handy? And, like, the Crucible incantation sigils anywhere? You already sent them to me. You're the best. Thank you. Okay. Let's get this shit together. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Hi everybody, I'm hungry. Hello, it's me. I'm hungry. I want food. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. It is 10:50. I've been up since like 5 this morning because Marco is Eastern Standard Time. And I'm a sleepy child. I'm a sleepy infant. Okay. Alright, y'all. I did it. Cuke did it. Cuke. Everybody give a round of applause for Cuke. You're the best. Thank you so much. I'm practically lunch for you. Okay. We're all cooked here. Alright, so this is the first one. In order. It goes from here to Godfrey's eras, and then Godfrey does a thing. So there's this Age of Abundance, which is this age in which Queen Marika thought that sap was going to be free-flowing. Her sap was never going to end. It was going to be sick. We were going to worship the tree. Tree was like the center point of our faith. It was sick as hell. There's no suffering. There's no pain. Everything is awesome. Everybody gets everything all the time, and it's really great. And then around the time that the tree kind of stopped producing sap, we get this like Godfrey is still in charge, but we get this like Celtic cross. So we're moving away from the representation of like the representation of trees and nature into like more a symbol of faith that is kind of like we're moving away from trees. We're trying to not remind people that like maybe the trees are dying. We're trying to be like, actually, Golden Order faith isn't about trees. It's actually just about it's about causality and regression, and it's not about we're not worshiping nature anymore. We're worshiping and like understanding philosophical transcendental concepts. That's kind of like we're like, you know, the trees are leaving. Yeah, the trees are normal and we all feel great. Yeah. They're abstracting the fuck out of the symbol. Yeah. Yeah, we had to dip. Yeah, trees, never heard of a math. That's the shit right there. We're in a minimalist phase. Exactly, yeah. We have to keep the morale up. 100%. So we're like, and also, in order for me to like middle finger at the person that was in the comments that I was bitching about at the start of the stream, while there is a lot of Nordic mythology with Queen Marika and Radagon's era, no fucking shit, Godfrey is Celtic and Germanic, and he's like he is the Vandals that settled in Rome. He is like every single nomadic culture that was in the Roman area crunched up into one and thrown into West Rome because West Rome was settled by the fucking Vandals and like multiple other tribes. He's like the all-father of a bunch of different cultures. Just because I am bringing up Nordic mythology doesn't mean I have ever ignored other cultures, you piece of shit. Listen to any of my other videos. Okay, anyway. So, he is the ancient All Might. Yeah, exactly. He's literally from the place called the Badlands. Yeah. Like, come on, get with it. Get with it! Godfrey's like, call Drago if he didn't let a baddie get him killed. I mean, but didn't Khal Drogo get like the curse put on him because his baddie told him to be merciful? Didn't his baddie get him killed? But it was like more about love. Like they still loved each other. But yeah, anyway. Both of them died because of baddies. Worth it, yeah. He came back because of one also. But anyway, okay, let's break down this shit. Let's break down this shit because I'm curious to revisit this after all of the symbols that we're now familiar with. So first off, we have the double helix in the original. Let's make some notes, right? So what do we notice about the first one? Double helix. We also know that this is the Elden stars, right? Because we have an interview with Miyazaki. Let me pull up that interview really quick. Where was it? He said... It was an old interview. It was in one of my, if any of y'all can find it, it was in one of my videos where Miyazaki says that the Elden Ring acts as like the laws. Hold on, it was about factions. Not factions per se. What did he say? He said it wasn't factions, but that each ring represented like a metaphysical law. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Which interview was that? Get him on the horn. The Elden Ring is the world's source code. Yeah. But like, I need to remember what interview that is so I can get... Do y'all remember what interview that is? Early interviews. God damn it, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna go back. Miyazaki, you can see all my like the car interview. What did he say? Elden Ring factions interview? He specifically like the interview question had to do... I need... How do I say, like, I want this phrase in there? Is it... I always forget. It's just bringing up DLC conversation. Damn it. If I remember correctly, it was one of them. Pretty sure it was a 2022 interview. I know it was. It was an old one. Quotation marks. Oops. Let's do 2022. Oh, I think I found it. Okay, the rings that you're looking at in the logo are not so much a representation of those factions as you put it, but more a representation of the law of the world, the rules, and the order. This golden order is something that the Elden Ring may have once represented, but not directly. It's more about how you apply those rules and how you enforce them on the physical world and what effects they have on it. So it's more the influence of those demigods that existed a long time before and how they applied the concepts of order and discipline. That is what's being represented by the Elden Ring and these overlapping intersecting rings. It gets a little bit more complicated than that, but I'll leave it there for now. Smiles. Okay. All right, so we have our quote from Miyazaki, right? I'm just gonna put that there. Okay, so these rings represent the rules of nature. So rules of nature This is the source code. This is, like, depending on how you orient them, it dictates how things exist, right? It dictates how everything manifests. So in the previous era, we have, like, what looks like a really interesting root system happening. And this could be whatever, I don't know. This could be, if you want to interpret the game or like the two fingers or some of the preternatural, supernatural, cosmic stuff as being mycenial, is that right? The mycenial network. Am I saying that right? If you want to perceive it as that could, the root system could be that. But this could also be the energy flowing down. But we have a root system. We have a double helix. We have, I'm gonna destroy this. But this is the Elden stars, and then how they were like shaped to become the laws of the universe. So what else do we have? Mycelial network? Yeah. Aren't the rings of the Elden Ring symbolic of Marika's children? No, so they're not. They actually predate Queen Marika and they predate her children. But what happens is that so she rules over the Elden Ring at some point in history before she has any children. But what she does is she breaks apart the Elden Ring and gives each individual rune, she like assigns one to her children. The corruption Carol rune is in there, yeah. But I feel like I don't know what the Carol rune stood for, but I feel like there's a lot going on. Hold on, let me show you. Okay. So here's the Carol rune for corruption. There's also Formless Odin. I'm gonna put these off to the side because I don't know how, you know, like, relevant. Some of the stuff is. Where is it? The Carol runes specifically have to do with the story of the Shadow over Innsmouth. There's like 2 or 3 that are referenced in Lovecraft's work that then Miyazaki has. What's the other one though? Formless Eodin is also another one that looks really similar to Marika's rune. But I think that it's just supposed to reference the fact that there were these like ancient runes that held cosmic power, and Miyazaki is just reusing this idea, right? I don't think that, you know, like Queen Marika is Formless Odin from Bloodborne, but I think he is like reusing this concept. These runes draw power and they can possess and influence people in Lovecraft's work when you look at them. But yeah, he's reusing some stuff from Strange Fiction, which is sick. He's evolving. Yeah, exactly. Carol, hot girl, and her runes. LMFAO, Carol was seeing the Elden Ring like, what the fuck? Yeah. Hey, have you thought that the Elden Ring looks like solar halos? Yeah. I'm literally shaking. Hidetaka Mizuruki would never reuse concepts. Carol's having a brat summer. Anyway, so we have the double helix. We have 4 equidistant runes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's count together, class. We have 4. They're equidistant of each other, right? We have 4 concepts. You know, maybe this is like life, maybe this is death, maybe this is rot, and maybe this is like flowing water or something, or maybe this is fire and this is ice, Or maybe, like, we just have opposing concepts, right? That are equidistant of one another. But then, at some point, death is removed from the Elden Ring. We know this. And we know that the Rune of Death looks like this. Hold on. We know that the Rune of Death looks like this. B B B B B B B B B B B B. Here we go. I'm just gonna... I don't give a fuck if we have the transparent PNG checkered background. I don't give a fuck. I actually don't care at all. Watch me. I don't care. You can't stop me, Miro. Because I will just, like, non-transparent PNG this shit. Okay, so this guy was removed from the original Elden Ring. Removed. You suck. You're stinky. We don't like you. It was removed, and then now we get this, right? After all these years, we get this, but we can kind of see that during the Age of Godfrey is when the Anchor Rune was established. So we're moving away from the 4 equidistant runes, but now one of the runes, instead of it being like 1, 2, 3, 4, it's 1, 2, 3 with the Anchor Rune in the center. So it kind of seems like at some point in history when Queen Marika and Godfrey took over, that's when we got like the weird triangle. This triangle that's right here, this one, that has kind of persisted throughout Marika's rule. And then we're missing, you know, like the 4th circle, instead of it being equidistant, is unifying these 3 other concepts, which is really interesting. But I think that what some of this is supposed to represent is, I think that there's the Hanged Man, and the Hanged Man is usually hanging from a tree. And then this is the rune arc, which is like the cup that holds the drippy sap that is coming out of the tree. So we have like the bough. So let me get the rune arc. Let me get the rune arc lore for you guys. And then let me also check chat. I'm sorry, y'all. I haven't been looking. I've just been kind of like rambling. Okay, the lower arc of the Elden Ring is said to be the basin which is its blessings pool. Perhaps the shard originates from this very arc. Okay. Okay, so here's the lower arc of the ring. And it's cool because this was actually introduced during this era. It wasn't in this era before, which is neato. Okay, chat, I can see you guys now. Wait, the modern Elden Ring is post-shattering Elden Ring, correct? The lattice is Radagon's attempt at repairs. Yes, that's why I included Godfrey's era of Elden Rings down below, because we can see it's with Godfrey that the 4th circle has been changed. It was Godfrey's era that it is. Yeah, so the spiral that's in the center is not just the snakes of a caduceus. It is like the spiral is like the Spira from Bellerod, it's the Divine Towers, it's the Mikola's Needle, which like obviously have to do with that caduceus imagery, but it also has to do with everything that we just talked about a little bit earlier regarding the Crucible and DNA bullshit and cosmic bullshit and Fibonacci sequence bullshit and whatever. It's a lot. The lower arc is just the collector's edition of Elden Ring. Why do none of the intermediate Elden Rings have the Hanged Man? Don't know if this is an answer, just interesting. I think that the tree is representative of the Hanged Man. The tree and the cross are representative of the Hanged Man because, and Bible thumpers, don't get mad at me. Bible thumpers, don't get mad at me, because this obviously, like, crucifixion was a punishment that happened in the Roman Empire. But the image of the Hanged Man and a man hanging on a man hanging on a tree has been something that was in Celtic and Nordic and Germanic mythology. And there are instances in which Jesus's crucifixion is compared to the penance and self-sacrifice of Odin and other figures that were impaled. My pearls! Everybody clutch your pearls. But yeah. God, you're all fucking nerds. It's so cute. I'm not a nerd. The pearls were clutched so hard the collective necklaces snapped. What does this have to do with the Elden Ring? Never changed, not even a bit. No, totally not a nerd. No, I'm not a nerd. I just grew up in a Christian household and then I learned how to read. Okay, wait, you should include the 4-ringed Elden Ring found on all the roads. It's a relic of that old Elden Ring which Marika adopted for the Celtic cross. Where? Are you talking about the one that's on like the Landal Road? Christianity stealing pagan imagery, not in my Elden Ring. Oh, I can't even... Hold on. It's on every road. But yeah, it's like the Landal Rainbow Road. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the Mission Road? Do you know what I'm talking about? The main road that connects the pilgrimage of the churches. The Mission Road. They give you the Bible and then they get mad when you learn how to read it. It's true. Not in my Christian manga. Yeah. Okay, well let's do this really quick and then I'll go look at the yellow brick road really quick. With the Great Highway, yeah. Oh, I missed. Oh, I didn't mean to... Fuck. We're doing lore theory Thursday. What day is it? Wednesday? Can this man, like, chill? We're trying to get into lore theories. Okay. Okay. I've never died to this man before. Hold on. I have to run that back. I feel really embarrassed now. I feel really... Don't Ancient Dragon Man attack kind of look like Dust and Death? It's like the... Yeah, it's like the, fleshy purple? I don't know how to describe it. Sorry, honey, it's Tuesday. I don't fucking know what day it is. It's Tuesday, actually. Shit. Okay, is it just me, or do all the DLC enemies just like, just love tap you all the time? Is this Zero Skadu? I mean, no, not intentionally, but I don't think I should be here, to be honest. As in they attack you? I'd say so, yes. All the DLC bosses are extroverts, am I right? I actually don't know how many shadow fragments we have. I think we might have like 1. I think we might have won, but we're not even trying to like. What was that? Did you guys see that? I'm gonna fucking use that sword when you're done with it, my guy. Okay. I was not trying to play the video game, but I get. Oh! Okay. All right, all right, all right. We're fine, we're fine. What do you make of Death and Death? Do you think it's actually permanent and kills the soul and body permanently? I've seen some takes saying it doesn't. What? That's the whole point of Death and Death. Well, Death and Death just like processes your body and turns it into ash. Dang, he wasn't having that. He wasn't. Oh my god! Oh, wow. Okay. Death and Death turns you into a milk bone for the dog man. Yeah. Reddit's going crazy with claims of no, only the frenzied flame truly kills. What? No, Destined Death truly kills, but Frenzied Flame dissolves all concepts. Frenzied Flame is the Thanos snaps. Fucking... Oh, fuck. I whiffed. I whiffed that so hard. Okay. I'm back. We're so back. Okay. We're here. I just had to focus for 5 seconds. So what do we need? 20 decks? Sounds good. Sounds great. I was sweaty. Yeah. Woo! These doors are in Farum Azula, right? Where are these doors from? What asset are these doors from? Are these Farum Azula? Farum Azula. Okay, yeah. They're from Farum Azula. See, this is what I'm saying. Frenzied Flame is human instrumentality, isn't it? I would say human instrumentality would be more like Rykard, where you're just kind of like having everybody get in the mech meat suit. But I would say Frenzied Flame is more like the dissolving of all concepts, consciousness, life, death, heat, cold. It's like, it's full blown. It's the dissolving of all things. Nothing exists. Yeah, Frenzied Flame is the big crunch. Yeah. Yeah. Heat death of the universe. It's the server wipe. Yeah. Reset button. It's just the end of everything. Oh. So is the Frenzied Flame Nirvana? You know, that's a good question. As a frenzied follower, I prefer it if you described it a little more nicely, perhaps the big grill. I mean, yeah, I guess it would be, right? The but it's weird because Nirvana, to achieve it, it's a path that you walk through by yourself through your own experiences, where the frenzied flame is a path that you take for everybody. It's the cookout to end all cookouts. Group Nirvana. Let's go, everybody. Do you think they have Dippin' Dots in the Frenzied Void? No. Non-consensual Nirvana, yeah. And, I mean, the path to Nirvana is pain. So, depending on who you talk to, Don, Nirvana is the afterlife, but for some paths of Buddhism, Nirvana is just the acceptance or the acknowledgement that the illusions of categorization don't exist. And that consciousness causes these categories. And that accepting that there's like nothing is kind of, it's a whole It's a band from the 90s. The kanji for the abyssal woods relate to a Buddhist concept too. Yeah, that's right. We were talking about that. What is the term again? In Islam, it is said that heaven is surrounded by hardship, strife, and difficulty. Yeah, there's also the but it depends on how you take, so like different groups of Buddhism, like Zen Buddhists have like a very different. Yeah, I am streaming.
We're just sitting here silent.
No, I was we just got in a really heavy conversation and I like my brain just flatlined. Because we're talking about the concept of nirvana across all different types of Buddhism and the abyss versus nirvana. And if there's a difference between the two. Because in Zen Buddhism in Japan, in mysticism, there is a difference between the two. But not always, though.
This has a negative connotation.
The chat just said, oh my god, our boyfriend Lee. Well. Are you eating pizza? Okay. Lee is my favorite uncle. Lee, if you would be a FromSoft boss, who would you be? Yeah, everybody's taught every.
Bloodstar Beast.
Bloodstarved Beast?
Vicar
Vicar Amelia?
Lake
Hmm.
Sid.
You should be a sad dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sid.
Okay. Sip. Sip, he says.
Mm.
Wait,
Father.
Father Gascoigne. You'd be sad about your child? Yeah.
Mm. I don't relate to any of them.
I think Gascoigne kills his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Or finds his dead wife.
Finds a dead wife.
Or he kills her.
Or he kills her.
And a beast haze.
I feel like it's pretty clear that he killed her.
Yeah.
So I didn't do that. That's
Yeah, that would suck for me.
It's
Lee isn't giving Man of the Cloth in regard to Father Gascoigne. That's a little treat.
maybe not man third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could be a father. Okay.
I'd be a good religious man.
Yeah.
If I were.
Yeah.
There really aren't any bosses that I want to be like.
Hmm.
Right off school.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah. Maybe Mo.
Moog?
Oh.
Yeah, Moog is cool. You just go, foul tarnished, and you run around
Yeah, it's pretty loud.
in your underwear. Big angry. It's like, it's pretty ripe. That thing looks like unwashed, and he's naked underneath it. I mean... oh wait, sorry, you said Moog, not Morgoth. Sorry, I'm tripping. I was thinking Morgoth in my mind. No, Moog has like a full vestment.
Yeah, is he wearing like a full robe?
And he has like his little pajamas underneath.
Yeah, he's got a crazy gross little thing going on.
Yeah, good. He'd be Moog.
Yeah, I agree.
Start a cult. Yeah, okay. Okay, Moog, Lord of Blood. Oh, everybody's also saying condolences about the rats.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it is hard. Everybody's also saying Moog jammies. Moog jammies.
Oh, James Cooper, I don't want you near me right
Oh, wait, somebody said Lee would probably like Orsirios. What do you mean? I don't know. He's like that. Did you play Dark Souls 3? He's like the weird Seath clone, like the
now. Oh, he's like a weird dragon
and he
guy.
has the invisible
He's like
baby.
a
And he's like, my baby's
almost
crying.
like cat.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah. No, you're not like Orsirios at all.
It's like a
No. Orsirios a freak for real, yeah.
Cooper, can you please, for the love of God, shut the fuck up?
No, he cannot. Hey, Cooper, do you want a greenie? I hear there are like 2 small dogs that are outside that are barking, and Cooper has a bone to pick with them, and I'm gonna go pick him up real quick. Hey. Hey. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. You're peaceful. You're quiet. Okay, wait. Fun fact. Vort's original model had dead babies chained to it. What the fuck? A Vort of the Boreal Valley? That Vort? What the fuck? Who is Cooper in Dark Souls? In Dark Souls, I mean, everybody calls him Cooper the Black Blade. He's Malakath for sure. He craves dust and death, which used to be when I wasn't boycotting McDonald's. I used to be McDonald's French fries, but not anymore. Hello. No, you know what? Did you all see the little babies that those zombie guys have in the catacombs? They have a little baby. No, in Elden Ring, there's a new enemy type that's just an old scraggly man with a beard. And he has a little baby in his robe. It's a secret baby. Yeah. They don't have any lore either. For single fathers? There should have been, yeah.
Actually, I think more.
No, there shouldn't.
You don't-
Which enemy? Wait, they don't have lore yet? Wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, 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 here, hold on. Let me open up the video. Let me open up the video. These guys. Yeah,
Go downstairs.
that'd be fantastic. Can you, can I send you money to get me a sandwich too? I want the pastrami or whatever it is, prosciutto, whatever it is. I hate that we can't get their spell. Same! It's so frustrating. It's such a cool spell too. But it would probably be way too overtuned. I feel like maybe. But I don't know. See that baby in there? Can I drop a video to Lance's Vort baby video? Yes, of course. There's the baby. I want their robe. They have like 3 spells. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Death Squad didn't get like a whole lot of love this DLC. Shout out Lance McDonald's. You the best. You the best guy around. He's a good father. He is. He is a good father. All right, so let's take a peek. There's Orsirios. Oh yeah, there's the baby that Orsirios has. But they decided to make it invisible, which I feel like is cooler, to be honest. I do love the invisible baby. This is more of like a crystal baby. Oops. I don't know. What do you guys prefer? Do you guys prefer dead human baby or do you guys prefer invisible child? Vought. Okay, wait, where are the babies? Oh yeah, wait, I see them. They're on like the front of his suit. Do we get a good look at them? Right here, maybe? What the fuck? Why are there like... That's crazy. That's some crazy stuff. And we love single fathers. And they're charred. Yeah. Mommy Vort. Dude just got really unlucky with his king cakes. It's true, Bad Coil. He's gonna have to bring the king cake at the next family gathering. It's so over. He has a king cake debt. He's gotten the baby Jesus in every single one, and he's never, not once, brought the king cake to the next function. His grandma keeps having to fucking throw down for him. A shame, a travesty. Shout out to the grandma for real. It's true, it's true. Are you still playing ZZZ? I haven't had time because the script has been eating me. The script has been just absolutely ruining my life. I haven't had time for much. I mean, you guys heard the crisis that I was having about the Fibonacci sequence like 5 seconds ago. Like, I really hate to be like, ugh, the Crucible, sacred geometry, and like, there's something about, okay, what is it about Raw? What is it about Raw? Did the Elden Stars land there? Like, what is it about Raw? Look at that little man. Like, what is it? They got fractals. Wait, do they got fractals in this game? They do. They got teratomas and stem cells and DNA sequences. And I just need to know... It's so hard to talk about the deep cut DLC lore without sounding like you need to be 5150'd. Absolutely! Oh my god. It's so frustrating. Like, please, 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 if you're a video game developer, do not put sacred geometry in your video game. Don't do it. Don't do it, because then when me and all of your fans have to explain what's happening in the story to our friends, we're gonna sound like we need to be detained. Please. Please, for the love of fucking God. I'm tired. I'm tired. It's too late. It's hard not to think Miyazaki is one of those ancient technology aliens guys. I mean, all of the ancient aliens that he's referencing in his games are like... Except for the, I mean, the fingers are kind of it. The fingers and the beasts and the animals are kind of like these impartial forces of nature that just kind of get tampered with a lot of the time. But like, most of the people that are like these ancient pure aliens, i.e. the Newman, Marika, whatever, are just lying to themselves. I don't know. Or add more so I can have meltdowns about it. All my friends fuck with sacred geometry, to be honest. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to listen to healing sounds and talk about frequencies and resonance and the Fibonacci sequence. I just don't want to. I don't want to. Please? Okay, wait, talking about Raw, does not the Raw base being under the Raw ruins is not similar to Ul ruins and Ul situation? Wait. Can you, Morin, try reiterating that? I'm not sure I follow. But I want to. I want to follow you. Crystal Healer would be my intelligence faith character's name for sure. Oh wait, Miyazaki cackling as he forces humanity's people to do math. Joke's on him because I majored in research methodology and statistics, so... Fuck it. Okay, wait, hold on. I keep explaining Gnostic creationist frameworks to my friends, and they're like 1 day away from me putting on the groupie songs. Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna go to Raw, and I'm gonna just, like... I'm a little late to the party. What's the TLDR of what's going on? Okay, so TLDR is that I'm writing a lore video for Raw, and it's driving me insane. Slowly. It's slowly, like... It's slowly hurting, like, it's doing psychic damage to me, and I don't want to do it anymore. But I need to just... I need to just film. Actually, you know what? I'm going to... Does Raw Feather incantation imply it predates the Crucible incantations? Yeah, Raw predates, like, most things, but the Crucible incantations are, like, a revived faith made by Godfrey to celebrate aspects of the Crucible which originated in Raw. And that's why Devonia is like here, but I also think that it is really interesting that the Church of the Bud was built by the Belarut scholars in... So churches... Hold up, let me back up. So the Raw ruins or the Black ruins are different than the Belarut stuff, but they're also kind of the same culture. What about the script is so difficult? Trying to explain teratomas and stem cells. Like, the fact that I have to talk about medicine in a lore video is just like, are people gonna want to make that leap of faith with me? She hasn't learned to write yet, yeah. I don't know how to read. Terracotta? Yeah, it has terracotta roofing. It went from to Ra, right? From Elden John to Elden Jane. No. So it seems like Ra is older than... So the Indus Valley civilization, which is where a lot of the cultural beats from this area come from, because it's a Bronze Age society with like these little swirly curlicues, but some of the shit from Belurat is Egyptian and from ancient Pakistan. Okay, are you guys following? This predates some of the artifacts in Mesopotamia that are in the old palace ruins by like a few hundred years. But this civilization is pre-alphabet. This civilization does not have a an alphabet. It does not have written word. Same with Egypt. They end up having like hieroglyphics. But as far as like a civilization with like a... I don't know. It's fucked. It just seems like there were a lot of cultures that were... It's not like all of them lived in Ra and then they became the Ul Palace ruins. It was like Ra was existing and then Ul Palace popped up at some point in history and then they were both existing. Isn't the architecture in Ra a more complex iteration of the Cyclopean architecture we find in though? No. It is a little bit different. It's a little bit different. But the bronze that's on the Mora shield and like the Mora armor and a lot of the other stuff that's happening is like Bronze Age stuff. I would say the oldest... Okay, so if we're gonna break down oldest civilization in the game, I would say it's a mixture of the finger ruins, which look really similar to a lot of the French burial, like the early French tombs that have like the squigglies. It's Neolithic. And then I would say the necropolis of Varna and the Zoroastrian, the one that the Tower of Silence that Cuke submitted. So I would say it goes finger ruins and roughly around the same time competing dragon ruins. Okay, wait, hold on. Garvernus. Okay. Garvernus Passage. Hold on. I'm so tired, everybody. Alright, so the finger ruins and the fingerprint shield draw inspiration from these tombs that are like 5,000 years old. Right? Are y'all following? So these are like, sorry, more than 5,000 years old. Wait, no, 5,500 years old. But they would have been... Hold on. Where are we? 3,500 BC. Here's some of the tombs. I don't even know if you can see the image because I have... Okay, cool, right? Great. Are you guys following me? Yes, okay. So we have ancient ruins. I would say that the finger ruins of Raya and the finger ruins of Deo and the finger ruins of Mir are supposed to kind of represent this finger of this giant ancient celestial outer being that is the greater will. And fingers are like a metaphor for divine spiritual influence. Fucking whatever. Cosmic shit. Cool. It's great. It's fascinating. It's interesting. Whatever. But there's something about also the names are kind of echoing like the Titans in certain myths. Like there are giants or Titans, which is pretty cool. Are those man-made or formed from drying lava like in Iceland? Those are man-made. Sayuchi. Those are Neolithic carvings. But anyway, so I would say, hold on, let me open up my Miro board so that way y'all can follow me because I feel like I need a visual representation for the bullshit that we're talking about. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. It's really creative, and I'm really glad that Miyazaki and his team they actually went like during the development of Bloodborne. I know that they did a trip to Romania. They did like some scouting, and they went to like some pretty. They did some like practical field research. They did some shit. Oh, I see. Here, hold on. Thank you so much. I just saw Cuke sent me the like weird road image, which kind of seems like it has this original 4 equidistant ring pattern, which is really cool. That is cool. It kind of shows the transition of power when Godfrey was... Okay, and then we have the necropolis of Varna, which this was grabbed by Tarnished Archaeologist, and these burial rituals are really similar to the ones that are in Fair Missoula. And then we have the sky burials, which is sick, that Cuke submitted. Woohoo! Oh, thank you so much. Go to the bank. Good luck running your errands. I'm sorry, what?
Eat all over the whole floor. And you cooked in the living room this morning.
You know. I'm gonna set an alarm for like 7.
He's a psychopath.
I know. But I'm gonna set an alarm for 7 to start taking him out earlier. Because I don't think he's been able to...
He's smart.
Yeah.
He's acting like Matt.
What did you get? Oh.
It's huge.
Wait, how big is it?
It's big.
Let me see. Wow. That is huge.
No. Pretty cool though. Oh, it separates. Dang, I heard it, Matt.
Woohoo! Good job. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry, we got the boy Starship Enterprise. Wait, is it Enterprise D?
Yeah, it's Enterprise.
Oh, cool. Sick. Where are the sky burials? Okay, hold on. Sorry. Let me get the sky burials, everybody. Okay. Okay, so here's the way in which the doggies were buried in Fair Missoula. Please, for the love of God, Miro, stop ruining my life. Okay. And then we're gonna do the ancient burial. Oh my god. I'm just gonna have to I'm no longer ever going to try to rip images from Google image search. Shit. Shit. Okay. Well. All right. Cool, 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 cool. Our character lays down for a sky burial too in Fair Missoula when we're trying to fight Placidusax, which is like crazy. I did it again, y'all. I got tricked again. But then also fucking Bale's boss room is also this like thing. Okay, let me cite. This is cute. Thank you. And then Tarnished Archaeologist was the one who found. Okay. Cool. Okay, so ancient cities. Ancient cities happening. Let me get the finger ruins, actually. Let me get a picture of the, I want to get, like, the imagery on the walls. Do you know those big pillars? The big ones in the background are, like, the ones that I need. Not the actual finger ruins, but, like, the... Okay, anyway, whatever. So we got, like, Neolithic era, and then let's get the bronze. We could get some bronze era stuff. But the shit that is in... So I'm so tired. I'm eepy and I'm tired and I'll never be able to get images because I have to go search through my... What's it? Can I do this? Yes, bitch. So this is some of the Bronze Age stuff that you can find in... What's it called? In Raw. My blood sugar's tanking. I'm sorry, everybody. Oh wait, what are your thoughts on the verdigris? Verdigris is bronze. It's oxidized bronze. So like, the verdigris stuff is a bronze, it's Bronze Age era civilization. And it is found in front of the woman who is in the raw ruins. Also, the, I wonder if I can find it. I still am, like, tripping about this. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to... Let me do it! Fuck you, Miro! Let me do it! Oh, Miro, why are you such a dog shit now? You used to be the best. What happened to you? Miro. What happened to you? Damn it, Miro. Are you gonna allow me to do this? Oh, Miro, fucking why do you do this to me? Well, whatever. You were the chosen one, yeah. Mm. Here we go. Hi guys, I'm still alive, I promise. My brain is just... dude, I got the blood sugar crash. I think I also need water too, mouth noises. How do we feel about Elden Jane being the foremost mother? I don't have any feelings about it because there's not a lot of blood shit tied to Raw. There's mainly rot, but the rot was summoned there by Romina. But before, the flowers used to be like their own thing, but it's uncertain what they were. What we do know is that the verdigris god that the talisman was in front of is a god of protection. The scarlet buds were not like that before, Baba. There's lore, if you read the item description for the flowers, it said that they were not like that before. Mm. Mm. There was a time when these buds were not touched by the scarlet rot, when they were the symbol of a small church deep within the ancient ruins of Ra. So the Church of the Bud used to be a church for some kind of like Miranda flower or flower entity, but it's not the weird fleshy rot aesthetic when you hit them is specific to how they are now. Emily, where did you send me a DM? On Twitter? You're so true. You're right. Hold on. Here's the DM that Emily sent. It's a Neolithic ritual. It's called X. Quay, God. Yeah, the face on this little whistle is really good. The face is like, that's the face that it's making. It's mewing. That's, it's serving whistle. Hi, Brie. Mm-hmm. Someone also cited a two-finger amulet art piece from the Met. I know. I know. I've already talked about the two fingers. Check out my video, The Elden Ring Keeps Me Up at Night. Or the Elden Ring history video, I think, is when I also bring it up. Cooper. Oops, my bad. Too many references. I know, Baba. That's like my curse, is that we've covered so much, but then we have so much that we're missing. Have you checked out the Gobekli Tepe? Is that the whistle? Hold on, I'm falling apart right now. I might have to call it soon. I'm feeling all kinds of ways right now. Mainly I'm feeling very dehydrated and very like very tired. It's been a hot minute since I've streamed, maybe. The ruin in Turkey. Hydrate, redeem, anyone? Yeah. I might need to go get some water. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. Drink water and have a fucking nap. Okay, to be fair, you started really early. I also recorded with, I recorded with Marco this morning at like 5 in the morning. My time. Like I woke up at 5. So I'm just like, we've been going. We've been going since really early this morning. Hold on one sec. Okay, I'm back. Chat also hit with some heavy hitters today that need much brain. Yeah, well, I mean, like, to be fair, the raw script is kind of hitting me the same way that I mean, it's not hitting the same way that the Bloodborne video did that never got made. But it is bordering that. Can only patron members submit lore theories? So currently the patron members have access to the Discord, but I try to like hit as many people on Twitter as I possibly can. It is just difficult. It's been difficult. You're gonna really earn the keeps me up at night title this time, huh? To be honest, I don't even know if I'm gonna do editing for this video, which is gonna suck. I think I might just have to like do it the old-fashioned way and like throw up images. Because it's like... It's like the old... I'm gonna have to do an old school script. Which sucks. I know you don't need writing advice, but honestly, you could skip over the sacred geometry shit with a sentence. Emily, I like fully... I have that in my script. Like, I fully am like... Hold on, wait. Like, I summarize it. Oh, I think my laptop may have died. Maybe not. She's still alive. She's still with us. I think what I need to do after this is I need to take a bath. I need to take a bath and I need to, take a bath. It seems like a headache. Pretty much what I do is I'm like, hey, this stuff is in the game. You guys are not crazy if you've noticed it. Am I going to get into the weeds about it? No. And then I gloss over it. But I'm like, hey, guess what? Stem cells and teratoma are in the game. So for those of you that theorize that the spiral was a reference to DNA, congrats. Okay, goodbye. This is very much like the way in which I'm approaching a lot of it. I wonder if Romina ever takes a bath. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, like if you liked the DNA aesthetics of the DLC and of the spirals and stuff, like congrats. Guess what? Like you actually are right. There's teratoma, there's stem cells in the game. You did it. Y'all did it. Congrats. Helixes go brrr. Yeah, yes, now shut up and let me talk about art. Yeah, exactly. Like, Emily, that is fully what I'm doing. Well, also just like the weird regional lore too. Like, hold on, let me see if I can get one to drop. We might have to... Nope. I can't hit this deer. This deer is... There's like a small chance that you'll be able to get like a spirit calculus in this particular area, and it's really silly. Oh, and the beast horns, yeah. The Crucible is the powerhouse of the cell. It is. It is. But what's frustrating... Wait, I'm fucking sad that we didn't get to find any living ancestral spirits. Well, like the ancestor spirits that the ancestral followers are creating, like the regal ancestral spirit and the ancestral spirit group, are a neo-pagan group. So they're not actually old. They're just like a newer group that is reviving old traditions and creating their own version of it, if that makes sense. So the original kind of like crucible entities would have been like the ones that we're seeing here. But I don't know if like the two cultures are actually... I don't know. I don't think it matters. They're basically new age hippies in the woods. Yeah. Yeah, effectively, yeah. Yeah, but we found the corpses of the older ones that have omen features in the specimen storehouse. I was just really excited to find a living one. Oh, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Like the like raw spiral horn ones, not the ancestral follower ancestor spirit ones. I get what you mean. I think also another thing too that I've been thinking about while I've been writing my script is there's also the Crucible Talisman. Also, sorry today's stream is so odd. Where I'm just kind of like, you know Sigmire when he's outside of Sun's Fortress and he's just like, I feel like that's been this whole stream. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, so these specimen dudes, I believe, are the entities that would have potentially lived in and so Ra as a civilization, I think had multiple types of things happening. Ha ha ha, I get like that when I'm tired, when my brain whirs but the body is weak. Yeah. There's definitely a connection between the giants and this like ruin system, right? So mainly... Wait, your humors are totally out of balance, bro. You just gotta take 3 pints of blood and then take a hot bath. It's true. It's true. Oh, I gotta let 3 pints of blood. Yeah, sorry. I forgot. Bloodletting, not take. I have to let the blood. Yeah, it seems like there were smaller beings that existed here. So the divine... Wow, okay. The divine bird warriors... Get the fuck out of my way! The divine bird warriors... Are the horns actually special? Yes, they are. So the horns have the ability to store spiritual essence. The spirit calculus and the spirit horns have spirit essence inside of them. And so when you're crafting an ancient, if you're crafting a rune burrow, here, I'll show you guys. Yeah, it has an acrid odor, which just means it smells like burning. It just means it smells like burning. Okay. Let's do the bondstone. Do I have any? Excuse me. I'm having a bad day. We're having a rough day. I'm sorry that I'm like an animal. I'm fully feral right now. Every time I wear a fucking beanie, every fucking time. Every time that I'm asked to wake up before 8 a.m. and any time that I have to be on camera. What am I even talking about? Anytime I have to be on camera before 8 a.m. It's over. Okay. So in order to make a burrow, you need a spirit calculus, which is the little teratoma that we talked about, which is just stem cells and keratin and the keys of life, right? It's the keys of life. Like, you are literally doing stem cell science. You're doing some, like, the horns and the teratomas and the growths on the horn scent people create spiritual essence. It is what it is. Don't ask me to explain it any more than that. For some reason, the horns on the horn scent is the powerhouse of the cell. It's the mitochondria or something. It just is what it is. Okay, so if you take the essence out of the horns and out of the spirit calculus and you just like bloop, you can blow it up. And it's sick. It's cool. Spiritual dynamite. Spiritual dynamite. It's sick. It's sickening. So we learn about like the horn scent and the omen. We also know that the dung eater for some reason contains spirits. The dung eater is fucking weird. I don't know why. I don't fucking know what's going on with that. No, I don't need a picture of the stone monoliths anymore. I got sent them by Moxie. Thank you, thank you. I think I'm just overwhelmed by the dung eater because like he's able to somehow store spirits like a horn scent, and he has red hair. He carries the cacophony of spirits inside of him. He can propagate the curse. Maybe it's his armor. It's because he ate their soul poo. I mean, maybe. So after all this time, are you able to say if Elden Ring is a good game? Absolutely. I do think that there are things that I would have loved for them to touch on more. Certain things, like the Glow My Queen, for example, I'm okay with them not being touched on. But things that I feel like they really missed out on. I would have loved to see more of the Miranda Flower, Miranda Idol stuff. Like, I would have loved to see more of a relationship with that, because we did get the Crucible Bloom incantation, and we got like the Scarlet Bud lore, but I would have loved to have gotten a little bit more from that. Yeah, I would have loved a little bit more Melina. I would have loved... Yeah, I think that if they would have, in the DLC, if they would have let the Church of the Bud cook a little bit more and Midras Mance cook a little bit more. It felt like, it feels like there is something about Mance that doesn't quite feel like it's done yet. Do you know what I mean? For the gallows in the Fort of the Reprimand where Dung Eater was hung in the in-game art. That's what I assumed. He stated in his armor description to be a human and tarnished, cosplaying as an omen. Yes, I understand that, but he also is able to store He's also able to store spirits inside of him the same way that the Omen are plagued with spirits and their nightmares, and the way that they store spirits, which is why they're able to use like Rancor and like a bunch of other spiritual stuff. Is cool. Yeah, it doesn't seem to click into the lore fully. Yeah, exactly. Like, we know that... Okay, so things that we know about Midras Manse, for example, we know that it is a Belurat. It originally has ruins. It's almost like it's like a house that was built into the ruins of like an old Belurat building. Where's my torch? Where's my torch at? I don't think this character has many torches, to be honest. Okay. Let me get rid of this. Can I hold this up at all? No? I just want to be able to hold a torch up to the architecture so I can show everybody. So yeah, like, this architecture belongs to Belurat. So like, there's something about the manse that originally belonged to Belurat, and then these people are in it now, and like, Nanaya's from another place. These five states are everywhere in Belurat archaeology. I know, right? And there's also the two twin entities that are like wrapped around each other. The weird thing is that Major himself doesn't seem horn-sent. I know, that's what's so weird. And like, the Inquisitors blocked off this area and deem it kind of like a like, you can't go here to the other horn-sent because obviously, like, the frenzied flame is contagious. It can like spread across animals. It can spread to rats and like other things. Other entities. He was a master, and this horn-sent seems to revere him too. But both him and Nanaya don't have... Yeah, Nanaya has like the same clothing and symbols that the monks in the Empyrean Grand Dam. Isn't Manse part of Belurat society? It is, Kara Noel. But I'm trying to figure out in what ways Belurat society, because the portrait, which I don't think is present in my game anymore because it used to be here, neither Nanaya nor Manse have horns. Do you think everyone in horn-sent culture has horns, or could there be some people who don't have horns? I imagine that there could be some people that don't have horns, but I also imagine that they may not be seen as, like, divine? Maybe he was described as a sage in the map fragment. Yeah, I always kind of got the idea that Nanaya was a foreigner. Oh, I didn't mean to teleport here. I meant to teleport to, like... Would shaman be considered hornless horn-sent? No. They're just considered shaman. I mean, there's like very obviously like hornless entities that exist and live in this area, but I just don't know. We don't see many hornless people in and around Belurat. Like, almost all of the bodies and corpses and people that are here are horned people. So I don't know. This is usually a term for the abode of a priest, and Midra was a sage. The rest of the ghosts have horns in the manse. Yeah, that's... Nanaya's torch is probably their child's spine. So a lot of people speculate that. But it's so weird because the spine itself is quite large, and it seems like it was a grown adult. Like, this is not a baby spine. And then if you read it, it says, in a distant land in an age-long past was born a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. All that remains of him is cradled gently by Nanaya. So it could be that it's their baby from like a long-ass time ago. Maybe. But that he grew up to be a man. And then he died. And that's why Nanaya is cradling him. But I don't know. It's so weird because, like, I am still kind of parsing what that all means in regard to, like, Nanaya being associated with people who are trying to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame versus Midra, who very clearly is trying to, like, keep it at bay and is told to, like, endure. In a distant land, not here. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, did they give birth to a man in another region, in another area, and then they traveled here? Are they foreigners? Did Nanaya bring it with her? What the fuck is happening? You know, like, is Nanaya's baby Shabriri? We don't know. We don't know. We will not know. Yeah, Midra got impaled by the Inquisitors, and then Nanaya was telling him to endure and let the madness cook within him. That's what I initially took it as. Yeah, all of us agree that it's a totally separate person, but whether or not it is an infant child's spine is what is being debated. But yeah, it just felt like in regard to that, I feel like they could have let it cook a little bit more. No, Midra still has his spine. We're just doing a lore. For those of you that are like, what is this build? We're just hanging out. We're just chatting. We're just doing lore stuff. We're just kind of running around doing nothing. Do we read the Torn Diary pages as Nanaya meeting Midra for the first time, or is it accidentally about the ageless undying buggy boys? I definitely think it's about the ageless undying. It's definitely like a little hint on how to deal with them. No, Midra still has his spine. And it also says in an age, like people are saying in an age-long past, or in a distant land, which is not Midra's Manse. Midra's Manse is not a distant land. Which is... hey Quaylog, since you're talking about Midra, could you go into a little bit about the connections to the King in Yellow? Yes, of course. So Distant land meaning not where I found it is how I took it. But we find it in Midra's Manse. So... What are you... Hold on, let's go over to our crucible. Hey Ryan, I'm not your mom. I'm really sorry. It's unfortunate. I hope you find her though. But I am not her. I'm sorry. If you want attention, go find your mom. I'm sorry that you're not getting the attention that you need right now. But it's not my responsibility. Not my problem. Damn, is YouTube chat being cringe? Yeah, there's just somebody who really wants attention. And it's really sad. But it's also not my fucking problem. You beat me. Ryan's being stinky. Let's Oh shit, I forgot he does like a third and fourth and fifth attack. Hold on. His wind up on that one is like goes crazy. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's get the fuck out of here real quick. I haven't fought one of these carrion knights in a hot minute. Stinky, uh-oh. This guy's a sprinter. He really is. He really is. I thought if you called teacher mom, you'd instantly turn to dust from embarrassment. It's true. Okay. Hey, wait, what do the 10 beheaded figures outside of Midra's Manse mean? So it looks like that they have been executed by the Inquisitors. They're likely people that were loyal to Midra. Did you see they added a chair to Rolana's boss room or Renala's boss room? Or Loretta, I guess. They added a chair? What does that mean? Curious, have you ever gone over the Yellow Annex ruins and the connection with the frenzied flame there? I know that Sekiro Doobie has a video kind of going over some stuff that could have potentially been cut, but because it used to be an annex potentially, but it never seemed like it got finished. Just a single chair similar to the ones that we see in Loretta's room. Oh, cool. She can now sit. Good for her. Flashback to that one time I said I love you to an English teacher. I'm still not all the way out of the ground after that one. It's true. No, it was really funny. Wait, is annex an actual word? I think that, like, a lot of people thought that it meant annex. A PvP? No, not this week. I'm so sorry. I know Tuesdays are normally our PvP days, but this week we're kind of just doing some lore stuff. I needed a very mellow, very chill day because earlier this morning I woke up to record a video with Marco Meatball. Annex versus Annex, definitely not the same. No, they're not the same. But that was the speculation from Sekiro Doobie and other people within the community. But I do not have... What I was trying to say is I do not have an opinion or thoughts or feelings about the Yellow Annex ruins. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Annex is like a connecting room, kind of. Yay, Marco's music analysis. Yes, 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 yes. Or like beside, yeah. I have no opinions or thoughts about anything at this time. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen... If one more person brings up Rolano's chair, I'm gonna blow up my stream. I'm gonna blow it up. I'm gonna burn it all to the ground if one more person brings up her chair. Marco's Bale analysis without having seen the boss is crazy. I know! Marco's analysis on Moog's boss fight. Because that's actually how I found his channel. Oh my god. Is this stream delayed? I think the stream is delayed. People are bringing up the annex thing. I think we might have like really bad stream lag. Which, if that's the case, I am so sorry. But, yeah. Hold up. I'm gonna get murdered by this man because dragon incantations take forever to cast. Actually, I'm not gonna fight this man. I'm gonna leave because I don't have the fucking... He won the war of attrition. Period. Period. I don't have it. I don't have it with me. I don't have anything on me. Okay. There's so much lore hidden in the OST. It's crazy. I love Marco's content. It's true. So like, Marco, for those of you that don't know Marco, I found Marco's channel initially when he did Moog's boss fight, and he hadn't even like fought Moog at the time. He was familiar with Moog, but like didn't know all of his lore. But when he analyzed the operatic elements of Moog's boss fight, he was able to like discern Moog's whole story, which is sick. Um, yeah, Marco nailed every Genshin boss just by the music. Yes. Ooh, that's really cool. What's the channel name? Okay, wait, hold on. I'm just gonna do, can we just do a watching party of Marco's content right now really quick? Because it's like my favorite. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm just gonna move. I got so much trash. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and skip until like midway through. Also, I'm really scared. Hopefully Marco doesn't join us while I'm like watching his videos. Embarrassing, cringe, absolutely embarrassing. Okay.
That's like the epitome of evil. I love it. Also note that the female chorus is not in there that much. The female chorus is used as an accent to that, and it's mostly men. And I'm finding that men in video game music are usually used for brooding purposes. For rarely do you hear men when it comes to like sad emotions, for sadness or for expressing themselves. Usually, men in video game music are there for this exact situation, to impose fear, or to impose masculinity and dominance. And man, that's high. What's crazy about singing, that sounds perfectly like cool. That sounds really badass. But the actual act of singing, of listening to the tenor part, because that's what I am, listening to the tenor part, these guys are ripping. They're peeling the paint off the wall. I mean, it's like insanely like wild. And also, this is so difficult to sustain. There's something interesting about choral music. It's very hard over time to sing the same, because there's something called the tessitura, which is where something sits in the voice or where something is written. And oftentimes choral pieces, because the tenor voice, I'm speaking specifically the tenor voice because that's what I know, the tenor voice sits in the middle, and usually things that are written, they're written between C and A, but in this case they probably go up to B flats, which again, if you watch some of my previous videos, B flats are the money note for tenors. They're not in choral music, it's written often where you'll go up there, but like it really is a special note that you shouldn't always be hanging up there with. And sometimes when you hear this music like this, these guys are ripping, like I said, ripping the paint off the wall, because this is so difficult, and you get tighter and your larynx goes higher and higher and higher, and it's hard to stay relaxed and in your body and breathing correctly, because there's so much tension that creeps in. It's different with the basses, because the basses kind of are always hanging down here, and the sopranos and the altos are using head voice, so it's a different vibe. But the tenors, it's hard. This stuff is hard, but man, does it sound cool. Yeah, this, I haven't seen a picture at all. I mean, of course, Mog, Lord of Blood. I mean, how happy can that guy be? Not very, I'm sure. He probably like spits blood.
So like the beginning of this video, and I don't want to like get into the whole front section where he's actively listening to music, because I feel like y'all should go check out his channel anyway. But he breaks down the musical instruments that are being used in the song, and one of the instruments that he picks out is that there's a harpsichord that's being used, which the harpsichord, as opposed to like the Gregorian chant that is happening in parts of the song, there's like a huge difference in time period between the two. And so Marco's able to kind of like clock, hey, that's odd that this instrument is being used for this kind of a song, or like that's odd that this thing is happening. And because he's able to acknowledge why certain things are odd, you're kind of able to appreciate the juxtaposition of what's happening in the music and what's happening in the art. So, for example, Moog, Lord of Blood, is a newer aristocrat. He is like, I mean, like, he's not treated like one. He's been shunned to the shunning grounds, but he is Marika's newer, one of Marika's children. So he's like, he's the next generation of spiritual leaders or rulers. But then you have this, like, he's settled in these very ancient ruins. So even though he's like a modern day entity, he is like deep, deep, deep in the past. So you have like this difference between a very modern, relatively modern instrument versus a very ancient choral practice. Or like not ancient, but like relative to a harpsichord, there's like a couple hundred years of difference between the two. So there's like a really interesting contrast that's happening in the song. But then also, like Marco said, there is like a small female voice that's in the background of the song. It's like so tiny and so soft. And that is like Mikola / Saint Trina. Like the presence of Mikola is in that song, which is crazy. Like even looking back on this video, which was done 2 years ago, goes fucking insane, because now we know that Moog was possessed by Mikola. And the fact that there is a small female singer that's in the fucking song goes crazy. It goes crazy, you guys. Like, absolutely insane. Absolutely fucking insane. So, yeah, listening to Marco's... I feel like if you don't understand the base lore, if you're not following the narrative, like the written narrative that's in the item descriptions, and if you're not following, you know, the way the items are positioned or the visual motifs in the game, at the very least, when you walk into a boss room and you hear the song, you can understand the type of emotion that you're supposed to be feeling. Because Miyazaki and like the art and music team, like the composer, is giving you emotions on like a platter. They're like, here, these are the feelings you're supposed to be having right now. Like, there you go. It's supposed to feel imposing and scary and sinister and old and new, and there's supposed to be a juxtaposition between a female-esque small voice and a deep, brooding... Like, it sets the stage. It sets the stage, and it is beautiful. But yeah, Marco is amazing. We ended up recording and getting into a bunch of different songs today. We started in Demon Souls, and we worked all the way through Bloodborne and Sekiro and Elden Ring. So that video should be out in the next month or so. It's going to take some time for his editor to get on it, because he's doing an entire series with a bunch of different musicians from across a bunch of different communities. I don't want to like say who it is, but there's some pretty big names that he's collaborating with on this project, which is awesome. He's talking to like a bunch of different video game streamers about songs and franchises that they love. A little hint that there might be a video on a certain JRPG that a lot of us grew up with. So it's great. So Baba, I didn't talk about the Putrescent Night song, but that was on my list, but we didn't get to it. We did talk about the other person that you brought up, though. But yeah. The name is Marco Meatball. So definitely check him out. Knowing that Moog was brainwashed really recontextualizes everything about the Blood Dynasty and its concepts of love and acceptance. Well, it seems like the Mogwin Dynasty was established before Mikola took him over. Because Ansbach was present during the moment in which Moog was... Ansbach was already established in the Moog Dynasty. So yeah. But yeah. It is interesting. I can't believe Marco Meeple's collaborating with Cher. Was Moog brainwashed into kidnapping Mikola, or once he got Mikola, he got charmed? He was brainwashed into kidnapping Mikola. I'm assuming via Saint Trina, like via his dreams. Honestly, that little Taylor Swift music video that person animated quite literally like tells the story perfectly. Which is so silly. That is like my lore video of all time. I would 100% send that to anybody that's just trying to understand the DLC. I hit the nail on the head. 100%. 100%. The thing is, was the bloodletting of the tarnished before or after getting brainwashed? Because the Mother of Truth craves wounds, not necessarily of others. Oh, hold on, I'm getting rocked right now for no reason. Unless the bloodbath of multiple souls was needed for Mikola to get to the Land of Shadow. Yeah. Yeah. I think that Moog and his relationship with the formless Mother of Blood and blood craving wounds definitely has to do a lot with like his heritage and being abandoned in the Shunning Grounds. And I think also too the fact that like Morgott feels this way about us as well, but the fact that we as tarnished Godfrey's imperfect children are kind of favored over the Omen, and there's a lot of sadness that's happening there regarding and when I say Godfrey's children, I'm saying that loosely. I'm saying that like thousands and thousands of years of you know, people who were a part of his warrior tribe, his band of brothers, we seem to have some remnants of gold like in us. So there's a little bit of that. But I think it's very it's not important. I think that's what finally breaks Mesmer's heart. Yeah, I agree. I think Mesmer and Morgott and Moog are kind of the three siblings that are really impacted by the tarnished, the tarnished, I can't fucking say that plural. A rise to power. Oh. If Mikola really cared about Melania, why didn't he cure her rot sickness like he did for Freya? I hope you're having a good time on the second playthrough. I think that there is a lot to be said there about Melania's ascendance or like transcendence to godhood, too. I don't know if she needed to be cured. Yeah, Melania. So, like, he tried to cure her rot, but she... Yeah, Freya was afflicted by it. Melania was the source of it. Because she is the rot sickness. Yeah, I think that... I think that, like, oh my god. This man is just trying to fucking ruin our party. I'm trying to talk. Oh my god. My partner is texting me, so I might have to go. Listen, y'all. No, I think that Melania... Okay, so the, I dreamt for so long, I think refers to after so she passes out after she she goes to Radon to send him to Helfin, right? She goes to Radon to send him to Helfin because she's a Valkyrie. That is her aesthetic, that is her purpose in the story. She's a Valkyrie. She takes warriors into the afterlife, right? That's her purpose. So she passes out after she transcends, and her homie, I forget their name. There's a very, very particular rot knight that carries her ass back to the Halig tree to wait for Miquella's return. And when she wakes up, she talks about Finlay. And when she wakes up, she talks about how she's waiting. And she says, I am the Blade of Miquella. She's waiting for Miquella's return from the Shadowlands. She's waiting for the second coming of her brother. She's waiting. Yeah. And then they kiss sloppy style, Melania and Finlay. Yeah. 100%. But I don't think that, like, I don't think that history will say they were comrades. I don't think that Melania was being possessed. I think that there is a very... so, like, imagine you are a young boy. Imagine you are a young little boy, and your dear sister is also so sick. She's got consumption. She's not doing well. She's so sick. And you want to set out to cure her sickness. And so you create needles, you try to do everything you can, and it's just not working. It ain't working. You create a golden needle and you insert it into your sibling's shoulder, and you're like, this is as good as it gets. There is a point in which Melania stabs herself to get rid of the needle, and she inflicts her blossoming upon herself to defeat Radon, to send him to Helfin, right? I think Miquella genuinely loves and loved her. Yes, that is and this is the thing that makes me really mad, chat. This is the thing that makes me very angry. Is that Miquella did not abandon their love until they entered the realm of shadow. Saint Trina is Miquella's concept of love. You fucking tools. You imbeciles! You don't know how to read. Read a book! Read a fucking book! Damn it! I'm gonna eat this chapstick. I'm gonna eat this whole tube of chapstick on national TV. I'm so mad. But, like, also, I'm not that mad. It's not that deep. It's actually not that deep, but also, like, it is very frustrating that, like, huge chunks of the story are ignored because people like to be scared of feminine boys. People like to be like, that feminine boy is a manipulator. And, like, yes, it's partially true. There's 50% of Miquella that was a manipulator, but there's also 50% of Miquella's story that shows that Miquella gave a shit about his siblings. And that there's a point in which, in order for him to feel like he can make a true difference in the world as a whole, that he had to make sacrifices. But his solution was also not the right solution, but I understand how he came to that solution. I talked about this on stream before. But if you had the ability to stop all war and stop all genocide and stop everything that was happening on the planet right now by mind controlling everybody, would you do it to stop a lot of the death and the suffering? Would you do it? Would you do it? It's not right, but would you do it? Like, it removes free will. It is fascism, 100%. But, like, I'd be fucking tempted. Considering, like, how much I've been seeing on my timeline for the past, like, year. Yeah, I'd definitely tempted. Like, most people would say yes, I think. We'd like to think that we wouldn't, but it would be very tempting. 100%. 100%. I'd try it out and see if I feel guilty about it later. Yeah, like, if I could get people to stop murdering each other right this second, right now, I think in the long term, what it means for humanity, no, it's the wrong choice to pick because obviously humanity needs to sort out our issues. But if you don't have faith that we could ever achieve that because our systems at play prevent us from resolving issues, it's fucking hard. It's hard. No, that's not what Marika wanted. Marika wanted an age of eternal abundance. She removed death, but she didn't remove the concept of suffering. And she enslaved people, and she buried people alive, and she locked children down in the sewers. So it's very clear she didn't actually give a shit about she didn't give a shit about suffering. She just gave a shit about protecting her people. Like, her lineage. Until then she didn't. Until she then betrays herself and decides to go, like, a different... I'm curious how hard it was brainwashing, though. Sure, the characters don't fight each other, but they are aware of the charm and otherwise go about their goals. I'm uncertain what you mean by that. But I feel like saying, so like, I feel like saying I wouldn't consider ushering in an age of kindness is a very privileged position to be in because there are people that are like facing extreme death and extreme suffering every single day. And to not consider it for them or not to be tempted by it, I feel like is, I feel like that's what makes Mikola so compelling, though, is like empathy. Is kindness and empathy for people that like... Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, it's intellectually impossible to say what you would do, like a trolley problem or fighting a man with a chainsaw. Yeah, exactly. It's not so much calling hypnosis morally good, but it's rather um I think it depends on, like, for Mikola, for example, strikes me as a very cynical person because it's like he does not believe that mankind and the demigods would be able to overcome suffering and the perpetuation of suffering on their own. He doesn't believe that he doesn't believe that people can. Period. And I think that that is a very, like, I think I can confidently say I'd stress the fuck out overthinking it and miss the time window to pull it off. Yeah, exactly. Saint Trina made me fucking misty-eyed. Saint Trina... Saint Trina's dialogue makes me want to, like, fucking... Saint Trina's dialogue makes me want to punch a hole in the universe. I want to imbibe. I don't even want to fight Moongrum or whatever the fuck this person's name is. Ugh. Oh my god. Do do do. Moongrub's brother, Moonbum. Yeah. I'll come back and fight her when I'm not arguing about ethics again. Okay, wait. In this nightmare world of shredded people in jars and super racism, I think that mind control that people are aware of, by the way, is a good choice. Did you talk to... Oh! Oh! What? Thank you so much for planning all of that.
Maybe it's time to jump on.
You're the best. Okay. I'm so excited. Oh,
Let's do like one day in the summer.
Okay. Yeah. You want to do? You never. Okay.
Mario?
Okay. We have to make sure that we get the warp pass or the warp pipe.
Oh yeah.
Whatever.
We don't have to do it. It's not.
Yeah.
Can't do it anywhere else.
It's true. And it's really cheap.
Yeah.
How much was it? Like $40?
Disney.
Disney was $40. Can we do Disney instead?
You know, we go to a different city.
That's true.
We don't have to spend. But I imagine like how.
Yeah.
We could do Kyoto.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll think about it. Okay. Woohoo! Sorry, everybody. Jesus was seen in Ohio. Elden Ring is Ohio, canonically. How does the tarnished death work lore-wise? Like in the base game, there's nothing to indicate our deaths are canon. What are you talking about? We wake up in a mausoleum. What are you talking about? Ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. Fucking, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you... Oh, the in-game deaths. The in-game deaths. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I'm like sweating. That made me start sweating. Okay, so the deaths to bosses. Okay, I totally understand what you're saying now. You made me really nervous. You made me have... Okay. So the deaths to bosses is because we're being reanimated by grace. So the greater will is like, ooh, I like that corpse. And then like it causes us to wake the fuck up. which is why at the beginning of the opening scene, hold on. Elden Ring opening cinematic.
I am running to be president of the United States.
Sorry, y'all. Okay, wait, where is it? All right. Okay, all right. You think you fell out of an Erd tree? Fell out of an Erd tree. Promised consort, Kamala. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Okay. Coconut jump scare. Cop jump scare. Okay. Promised consort Kamala is actually so fucking good. Oh, fuck. Okay. So in these opening scenes, we see, in this scene, it is just like literally a lineup of corpses, a lineup of dead bodies. This scene is kind of like, take your pick. Which body are you? Are you this one right here? Which one are you? Which dead corpse are you? And then, what it does is it wakes up all of the, other tarnished NPCs. So Godfrey is kind of like the all-father of Tarnished. So we see Godfrey, and he's actually, this is very Odin and very Cuchulainn of him to do, but he got impaled up against like a big tree, which is so metal of him. Gold Mask is dead. Potentially was doing his little scribblies. So initially I thought he was poisoned by somebody. I thought this was a political assassination, that he drank some juice and fell over it. But it looks like he was actually, you can kind of see this gold paint in the relief. It looks like he was doing scribbles, and maybe he forgot to eat something. He forgot to have girl dinner, and he died. And then Fia, the deathbed companion, she was supposed to be dead ass asleep. She's supposed to be dead, asleep, and with this corpse, and she got woken up, so she can no longer do what she was trying to do, I think, is what she said. She said that she, like, woke up from her deathbed companion situation and got shipped away to the lands between. Dung Eater was, you could see him being hung here, but you could see his little guidance of grace right there, so he got woken up mid-gallows. How embarrassing. How embarrassing for the people that were doing the gallows. And then there's also Gideon Ofnir, who's like quite literally in his casket. He's just trying to sleep. He actually looks miserable. His mouth is wide open and he's just like all of them get waken the fuck up. And so the grace is what reanimates us. But we are dead. We are fucking dead. We are dead, and then grace just keeps like resuscitating us. I kind of wonder how wars were fought when the Rune of Death was sealed away. Do y'all remember? Somebody brought this up, but there... Wait, hold on. Is it in this? I forget. Is it in this? Yeah, it is. Of fucking Morgott beating the shit out of Radahn. Like, Morgott just absolutely decimating Radahn in this image. Like, insane. Morgott just like... Yeah, what the fuck was all that? I always took it that you die when you officially give up. Yeah, there's always a little bit of that Virgo Valentine, right? Of like, people, like the chosen undead doesn't hollow until they give up on their quest or until they like experience despair. And so when you stop playing your player character, technically your character hollows. Technically. But it's pretty cool. But yes, oh my god, okay, wait, sorry. Bree was asking, trip to Japan, yes. Partner is performing out there. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I may be broke as fuck, and I may not have health insurance, but at the very least, I can get put into a suitcase and flown all over the place, which is really nice. That is like the one good thing about having a partner that tours and travels all the time. The sad thing about it is that in a lot of cases, I don't get to see my partner a lot, but that is okay. It's okay. Go to Nintendo World. That's what we're trying to do. Do you think this is before Radon got his Great Rune because he isn't super huge? Yeah, maybe. Can you talk about what the Shadow Tree is? Can you please talk about the Shadow Tree and what it actually is? I feel like there's not a lot of... It's so prominent in the DLC, but I don't have a good grasp on what it is. To be honest, Scott, it is also a nightmare to talk about. So the Shadow Tree definitely seems to like predate Marika and all of her business. But I definitely think that there's some metaphor. There is like the visual storytelling of... There's the visual storytelling that Miyazaki does that you kind of just have to like ride with and accept, and it's really frustrating. But I have lots of thoughts and feelings about it. But even then, I'm still... Like... Actually, you know what? Hold on. War flashbacks. Yeah, I don't want to think about that area. Okay, so... Let's take a look at this shit. I think this is the best spot to see it, right? Is this the spot? Hold on. I'm trying to get like a good viewing. Wait, the Dragonheart Communion description mentions the last thing the human saw was famous buzzwords. Do you think he saw belly rot while the Marika shit was happening? The Dragonheart Communion description. Okay, wait, hold on. I kind of take it to be the representation of the resentment and hatred behind Marika's order, whereas the Erdtree represents capital O order. So, like, what I've always kind of wondered, first off, is that the tree is supposed to be a double helix. Like, most of the trees in Inner Ilum, like the holy trees, are all these, like, these two trees that are in equilibrium and are standing upright. This one is tilting, and one tree is totally straight, while the other tree seems to be kind of fluid and constricting it. And it seems like the tree that is totally straight is the one that is cracked and is like spilling sap, which is then pouring into like the big container that is sitting over here. The Shadow Tree Chalice. We know that the black briars are symbolic of hatred and also symbolic of like sin and punishment. I'm just gonna move away from there. It does kind of look like it's the excess tree branches are like creating like a roof, but it kind of fades away because of the illusion that's happening. There's definitely some connection between that and the Age of Plenty. I agree, Wes. I definitely think that this reminds me of like the Age of Plenty or the Age of Abundance. And then the illusory tree that is made out of like gravel stone that's in the lands between seems to be kind of like a placeholder spiritual concept. Sorry, terracotta. Sorry, I love it. It's beautiful. I think it could also be representing the hubris of order. On the Ur tree, the shadow tree represents the things that exist outside of order that's pulling it down, and breaking the tree that represents the Ur tree. I want to see Good Vibes Marika so badly before she went into Mean Girls mode. I know, right? Terracotta. I don't know. Not to bring up Young, but I did think the whole shadow motif was a reference to the Jungian shadow concept. Marika suppressing all of her guilt and shame with the horn scent. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Sorry, there's... Y'all... I've already been down there, but I just love... I'm sorry. What are we doing? I don't know. Sorry, guys. I'm dehydrated, and we've been streaming for 4 hours. Also, the Jung and the Freud references, they are in the games, but I don't think they are in the games in the ways that people think. And I think Snail is evidence of that. We're wandering around looking for Marika's Gundam. It's true. I just like to see... I don't know. This is what I do. When I'm not streaming with you guys, this is what I do. Girl, you gotta hydrate. I've also heard that LMNT is really good for your headaches. Ooh hoo hoo. Snail? The snail thing is crazy. The snail thing goes so hard. Thank God you say that, because I walk around a lot too. I pull myself out of it like, what are you doing? No, same, fully. Like, I'll walk around like corners and I'll stand on cliff edges and I'll just like stare at walls. I never find anything, but like, you know, I'm always just like, a vista. I must know snail. Wait, what is the snail thing? Okay, hold up. Are you guys ready for this? I've talked about this on stream before, so I'm so sorry for the regulars who have to hear me gush about the snail lore. So in Armored Core, there is a group called Arquebus, and Arquebus is, for those of you that don't know where the name comes from, Arquebus is a very old type of rifle from the Ottoman Empire. It appeared in Europe in the 15th century, but every single member of Arquebus, because obviously Armored Core is about war, it's about, like defang the Chinese corporation is like a weapons sales company slash country slash economy. Like all of the world powers have become techno-feudal warlords. Okay, are you following? So Arquebus is the European one. Arquebus is like, they're all about it. They're with it, they're in it. They love the drama, they love to destabilize local governments, they love to colonize, and they love to find new sources of energy and materials, right? It's great. It's fantastic. They live for this. There is a guy who runs the organization named Freud. And everybody in Armored Core 6, all of the characters in Arquebus are named after, they're named after different philosophers, poets, and artists from Europe and the West. So we have Freud. And then we also have Snail. And Snail uses a weapon called the Needle. It is a very long, pointy energy rifle situation. There is a quote from Salvador Dali that says, well, let me make sure I got it right. The quote is, Freud's cranium is a snail. His brain is in the form of a spiral to be extracted with a needle. Which is a very polite way of saying you got bug for brains and you need a lobotomy. Which is like crazy. So Snail, the pilot Snail, ends up betraying Freud and pretty much like taking control of all of Arquebus. So Snail, which is Freud's true brain, or like Freud's true intentions or true purpose, because he was like a philosopher and a psychologist from the West that was publishing a lot of works. And we had Salvador Dali, who is seeing his works and being like, this man is fucking psychotic. I love philosopher beef. Yeah. So Snail is like a representation of distilled Western garbage. Just distilled Western garbage. A lot of bullshit in his works. He's so dumb. Oh, dude, go get some water. Don't worry. I have like a full bottle right here. Don't worry. I got water. Okay. So anyway, another thing that is also happening with Armored Core 6 is that the National Liberation Force was the Vietnamese Communist Resistance Force, the Viet Cong, and the Rubiconian Liberation Force has the same title. The similarities between the two is that they are both communist. So in the game files, the Rubiconian Liberation Force used to be called communists. And it was also in, I think, one of the cinematics. Vati actually did a video on it, which is totally random. Sorry, Rubiconian Liberation Front. But Vati did a video on it, which was very random. That was the first time I think Vati's ever talked about things on a political level, because you can't quite dance around that. But then there's also, is it Uncle Flatwell? Who's a reference to Uncle Ho Chi Minh from the Viet Cong. So we have a lot of parallels regarding, and it's really interesting too, because the Rubiconian Liberation Front, they are not portrayed as solely the good guys. They have their own flaws. So while they're trying to fight for their own freedom and agency, they also have a weird spiritual relationship with some of the members in their group. And a lot of the members in their group are kind of burnt out and a little fucked up. Was the Rubiconian Force Liberation Front actually communist in the unreleased? No. So in the release version, they are not, but in the first cinematic and in the pre-release version, they are called the communists. Explicitly. I love how your tarnish is hiding in the bushes while we're talking about techno-feudal warlords and snails. Why would they pull their punches like that? Just call them communists. I think that by doing so, that's pretty loaded. I'm not gonna lie. Be right back. Gotta go buy Armored Core 6 literally right now. So, while the Rubiconian Liberation Force are depicted, they're depicted a little bit morally gray. They're not fully meant to be like the good guys. But I think that making Vietnamese communist forces sympathetic and saying that the West were that goes crazy. That goes crazy. Publishing that is, I mean, I imagine they would be able to say like they should be allowed to publish work in the West that says, hey, you guys kind of fucked up Vietnam. That should be allowed. I mean, Jacob's Ladder is like fully about that, right? But yeah, definitely not a good idea to have such overt historic ties or overt ties to historic factions when you want to inject much nuance in a story. I think that also too, they're trying to say some other stuff regarding like AI and transcendence too. But it's so, there's a lot going on in Armored Core 6, which I feel like is really, really good. George Lucas literally said Vietnam is what inspired Star Wars. I mean, but the thing is that George Lucas didn't quite literally say the communists and reference Vietnamese war heroes. So it's a little, you know, like when you're making a piece of art and you make it kind of obtuse to avoid you know, like the rating system or localization issues that you might run into when you're publishing in other countries. I think it serves to be a little obtuse about what you're saying. Were previous armor cores similar or not? Previous armor cores were way more critical about like corporations and the way in which corporations abuse their laborers. But they weren't as overt about like Vietnamese communism, for example. They weren't like, hey, this might be a good thing. It was more of like a tongue-in-cheek, like some of the missions that you have to do is to union bust and to like break up protests and stuff. Ho Chi Minh Kenobi. The game itself has lore about this very point about why Boz is selling to corpos and mercs. Yeah. God. Oh no, you're a cop. Yeah. Metaphor and analogy is far more persuasive, powerful, and affecting art because we, as soon as we think we know what something is, we disregard it. Yeah. There is something to say about artistic interpretation, but then there's also something to say too about people that will use that nuance or like that obtuseness as a means to say like it's not political because it doesn't say so, which is crazy. That goes crazy. I don't know. People are silly. That's where we get a lot of the people that are like, politics in my video games? But like at the same time, you can have something that's like as overtly on the nose as Metal Gear Solid, and people will still not fucking understand. So like fucking zoom back in, that was pretty. I know, right? We had just like a really beautiful sunset that we just, I don't know, people say everything is apolitical, even Alien or Starship Troopers. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, just make art. Just make the art that you want to make, I guess, because you can't. Critique of fascism that's perceptible to fascists is impossible to achieve because they identify with the aesthetics over the message. Yes. 12 meerkats. Quailog, the wise master of lore and sacred geometry, please don't put that evil on me. Please don't put that evil on me. Starship Troopers, fucking the boys, yeah. Sorry if I was harsh about them not saying the Rubiconians are communists or whatever. I think I'm convinced that it's whatever. I totally didn't see what you said, so it's okay. There's just like 3 or 4 different references to Vietnam. And so I think it's kind of important to glean, like if I'm like if I'm creating a fictional setting where I'm constantly like I'm trying to think of a reference. Like everybody in my fictional setting has like curly mustaches and they go ho 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 and like all of them have baguettes and they all have berets and they all of their architecture looks like towers. And then I say that everybody that is a part of this fake fictional civilization is stinky. And if there's these people are stinky and evil. What could I potentially be saying about the French? You know? What is the subtext there? What is the subtext there? That would make you British. That's my fantasy. You're stealing my ideas. They're Ryans. People will still misinterpret that. It's true. Like I'll make like 20 overt references. I'll make like 200 overt references to France. And people will be like, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that she's talking about France. I'm not convinced there's subtext there. And I'm just like, my fictional race of curly mustachioed aliens are evil. They're evil. And people will be like, I don't think she's saying anything. I don't think she's saying anything. LOL, it's just a shame that they're not convinced. I think that Vietnam is a reference that the entire world can look to. This has led to a vast number of interpretations and reinterpretations. Okay, wait, sorry. And reinterpretations of the players involved. We can recontextualize and use the exact same methods with multiple different conflicts from the Crusades to the American Revolution to the French Revolution to the founding of the USSR. Yes. Like, are you just talking about how, like, global events are good historical fiction references? She's not Francophobic. Also, no shade to French people.
And here I am, right on cue.
To talk shit about the French.
I'm here to talk shit about the French.
I was talking about how if I make a fictional fantasy setting where all the bad guys are
French.
like alien. Well, no, I don't say that. They're all just like aliens and they have like curly mustaches and they go ho 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 and they have baguettes. But I never say they're French.
Oh, are you
They're
talking
not
about
French.
the difference between alluding and outright saying?
Yeah.
It's making a good point. Those are French people. Or
I didn't say that.
Or they're Austrian.
Oh. Yeah. Because we're talking about the inferences to Vietnam and Armored Core. Because there's like 20.
There are a lot of Vietnamese references in Armored Core.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
And then
the Resistance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the weapons dealer is like a
Yes.
Chinese company.
Yes.
I wonder what that could say.
It's crazy. It's almost like it's drawing a parallel to the United States of America. Because the two powers work very similarly, like funding revolutions and then...
Well, there's Americans too.
Oh, I know that.
They're dumb as fuck.
They're real good.
They're just
That's
hired.
the liberation. What is it?
No,
what is
no,
it?
it's the Red Guns.
Yeah, those guys.
They're just hired by Europe to do everything. They're hired by archivists.
Yeah.
Like you're effectively like a shitty contractor if you're American. Like
That's the truth.
you're like a shitty contractor.
Hayden and Cheney might
Oh, fuck yeah.
I think it's just becoming kind of a party.
That's
I
exciting.
think Ian might go too.
Okay.
We're all just gonna stay in the same neighborhood.
That's
We'll
fine.
just link up randomly.
Yeah,
No pressure.
no pressure.
But I mentioned that I was going, and Hayden was like, "You want to go?" Yeah.
I'm down.
I'll reach out to Mikey.
Yay. Yeah, just
Just get everyone. But I mean,
That's
a good
exciting.
idea.
It's cool.
That way, if Harry gets tired, I can hang back and you'll have time to.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm down.
Not really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. No, it's okay. I'm about to, I think I might end soon because we've just been like talking about the French and the Vietnamese for like,
Maha, the French.
yeah, the wine.
Works well.
Yeah.
Just do anything. I'm gonna go walk to the store and get a diet.
My name is Michigan and I have a Texas military accent. That one.
First of all, that's Tennessee accent. So, Tennessee accent. And it is true that in the South you call people where they come from.
Oh,
I'm gonna tell you two sad things.
okay. Wait, hold on. Can the stream hear you talk?
No.
Oh, no, they can.
They
Okay.
can't.
Yeah.
Where I grew up, there was a Mexican man who went to high school with me. He was a Mexican child.
Mhm.
The nickname that he got. Wait, it gets worse. So there was a girl, Buffalo, New York. Everyone called her New York City. Those are not the same place. And then also, there was another girl, Denmark, who was a foreign exchange student in a small town in Mississippi, which is the worst fate. Couldn't pronounce her name, so instead of Lerka, which is her name, they called her Larky. The whole time. She couldn't stop them. Really depressing. But like you could have even Americanized it to like Lerka, but they didn't do that. And there's another. There was a guy whose nickname was, well, his name was Brad, and everybody called him Cheeto. We never found out why. But then he had a friend, his name was Justin, that everyone called Jello. He was a juggalo, in prison all the time. And he pretended he was a Latin king. And so he made a whole group of people in Philadelphia, Mississippi, think that they were Latin kings. And that was really fun. And his name was Jello. But I also knew a girl whose real name was Sparkle Rash.
Sparkle Rash?
Sparkle Rash, that was a real name.
I'm not from the South, so this is like...
It's a different place. It's like a joke.
Is anybody in the chat from the South? Everybody's saying sparkle what?
Sparkle Rash.
Somebody said sparkle ratch.
Rash.
Rash.
R-A-S-H.
R-A-S-H.
Her sister's name was like something else Rash, and I can't remember what her name was, but it was normal. Sparkle Rash. It wasn't a nickname. She was very nice. I also knew a girl named Crescent. Crescent's Hedge. I bet you can't spell it.
No.
I don't know if I can.
I don't know. Okay,
Starts
wait.
with a K and ends with a Z in it.
Wait, hold on. We're talking about names. We're talking about
So
I don't so we got here because I was like, I'm from Texas and
Yes.
I had a Tennessee
I
accent.
put it all back together.
And then Ali was like, that is so true because people in the South will just call you shit.
Yeah, they'll just call you shit because that's your identifier, is that you are from somewhere else. Like, it is a big deal to not be from.
Yeah.
Like, a really big deal.
Yeah.
Because nobody leaves. Anybody.
It's true. I went to wait. That's my Cam 4 name, Sparkle Rash. Oh, like the nickname. I understand now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Somebody's like, where's Lee from? Mississippi?
I was born in Texas and raised in Mississippi. And
Yeah. Oh yeah, we always give each other nicknames where I'm at.
Cheeto.
Cheeto. Jello.
Jello. I don't know if he's in prison or not.
You just end up with a dumb fucking nickname and no one knows why, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was only called my last name the whole time I lived there. No one ever said my first name.
It's a crime we never got a red gun whose name was Florida. I agree. We had Michigan. Weren't they all named after lakes?
Slow right.
Florida. God damn it. Lee is a psyop. For what? Just pure chaos. Florida got killed in a previous mission, it's true. Alright, y'all. I need to end this. I don't even know if I'm gonna list this stream. This stream was this is one of my unhinged ones that I just feel we got like way too in the weeds. That we didn't even stream this video game. We've just been talking for 5 hours. I think you did. Pack what?
Pack right.
Pack right?
P-A-C-R-I-T-E.
Pack right
Guess his dad's
lions.
name was
What?
Pack right lions.
His dad was also named Pack right lions?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
I have a feeling they mispronounced their own name and it was.
Oh,
That sounds more like a name.
it does.
Pack right lions. Pack right lions.
Not like Junior.
There was a kid named Brian.
Mhm.
Mhm. I just called him
Oh. Nobody knows why.
I like
Alright, y'all. Unhinged streams are my favorite somehow. You know, I think they're my favorite too, but then they're also like the people with brain rot in the comments latch onto me like a leech. I'm okay. Listen, I still need to get over my my complicated relationship with palm juice. It's like instilled in my brain.
something instilled in my mouth.
I know. Fun in the moment, horror in the comments. It's always awful because I'm never articulate and particular. And so the people that like need me to be accurate about every single bit of information that comes out of my mouth, they freak the fuck out. If I say one thing wrong, the internet like freaks the fuck out. Even if I've said it right in like another video. Thank you so much, Calyx, for all the gifted subs. Thank you so much. I'm just vibing with the chaos. Yeah, it's very this is fucking... I feel like I learned a lot today, or maybe I lost knowledge. Time will tell. Yeah, I think that that's the case. No mistakes allowed. No mistakes. No mistakes at all. I remember I said that, like, what was it? Did I say that Egypt was taken over by Rome in 30 AD, and it turns out it's like 31 AD? Like, I'm sure that I'm gonna get... It's gonna go crazy. People are gonna lose their minds. The frenzied meter was cranked today. It was! I'm sweating. I usually... I actually learn a lot from these streams, so thank you. I'm glad, Scott. Thank you. Thanks for the kind words. I've learned a lot about teratomas. They're fantastic. Stem cells are really interesting and cool. Your streams always proc frenzy for us. LMAO, I don't even know how historians know that difference with accuracy. I know, right? You need to have like your notes and your academic citations ready to go. I need to go to the store. I need to go run some errands. I'm Do you guys ever just feel like, I'm sorry, I'm still going. We're still going. Do you guys ever just feel like sometimes the days just get away from you and you need to work out and you need to do your whole like routine, but you just kind of feel like, fuck, it's already 2 p.m. and I still gotta go, I still gotta run 2 miles and I still gotta make sure that I moisturize and I still gotta make sure that I feel like streaming gives me that so bad. Like back when I worked a normal, regular job, I didn't feel that way. But streaming really does make me feel like my life is fully out of my damn control. That is today. Hey man, days are not long enough. Every day. Yeah. Like I need a second wind to happen right now so that way I can go run my errands and run a couple miles outside, outdoors. It's 5 p.m. here. I'm gonna vacuum and call it. Yeah, Bombasher, you deserve to rest for sure. I feel like I've been playing games for like 5 hours. Yeah, go brew some coffee, babes. Sitting at a desk for long periods will fry you. It does. It makes me feel like I'm boiling myself alive. Sometimes to recharge, I crawl into bed for 15 minutes and that's enough for me to recharge. I will try that. I'll try like a little micro nap. But I just smell and like I ran out of facial moisturizer, so I have to go to like the makeup store to get like the good stuff. But I'm sweaty and I don't want to go outside and I didn't wash my hair. And I just want to like lay on the floor, but I also have to work out and we have to cook dinner. I'm like procking frenzy. I'm procking my madness meter right now. Just even thinking about it. It's been muggy and like hot and humid. So I'm just like, I feel like I have a thin film of perspiration. Oh God, I hope you don't have to go into Sephora. I went into the other time before it was COVID and it was horrible. Yes. Okay, Emily, so I've been trying to boycott. I used to use It Cosmetics. They have like a really good, it's like anti-aging moisturizer. And it is very good. It's one of my favorite ones, but they are owned by L'Oreal and they're on the boycott list. And so I've had to like, yeah, I got the gamer grease, whales. It's like, but it's bad. It's like humid climate gamer grease. It's like you're in like Vietnam during like a hot summer day, or you're like in Japan on a hot summer day and you've just been like not moving. And so you have this like thin layer of like humidity and sweat. Moss Moth, that may be the Oh no, I fucking hate being shiny, dude. I know. Anyway, so this like moisturizer is very important and it fixes my skin. It is the only one. It is the fucking only one that fixes my skin. And so I finally found a replacement, like a dupe, but it is like twice as expensive. And it is out of Sephora. And so I have to go into Sephora and I'll walk in there. Like everybody is like, ooh, everybody in Sephora has like the best makeup you've ever seen. All of them have like great fashion and they look super cute. And you walk in there and you are like, you are sweating. Like I think I have mascara on from the night before today. I think I've sweat through most of my concealer. I feel like I smell really bad. Like, I feel fucking... Yeah, the workers jump on you like, please leave me alone. Yeah. The workers will like come out of the walls and they're like, hi, how can I help you? And you're just like, I have potent acrid odor. Acrid odor, sorry. I'm very potent today. I'm very ripe today. Let holy air make a poison out of your grime. 100%. Dude, I'm the queen of putrescence walking into Sephora. Okay, do you remember the Walmart in the early 2000s when teens would test makeup on everything and just draw with lipstick? That's how the Sephora with me, near me is. Somebody, who was it? I think Waves Waves was saying that Sephora has like a bunch of kids that will go in there now and like will mush together all the cosmetics and make like goop with all the samples. They'll make like weird eldritch goop with the samples. Has that been happening to you guys? Yes, it's fucking vile. What the fuck is happening? Remember when Callister was talking to us about Sephora goop?
What?
How like the TikTok kids that are getting into cosmetics and stuff will go into Sephora and they'll just take huge hunks of samples and mix it all together with all the other samples and just make.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. But Callister was like, this is happening.
I don't know. Also starts talking about shit like that.
But Emily was saying that they do it at her Sephora too.
Oh, well, I mean, goop-de-loop kind of world.
It is a goop-de-loop kind of world. Okay, so the It Cosmetics moisturizer that I use is their anti-aging one. The Crucible Sephora. Oh wait, dude, I had to take an Uber this morning. Hold on, I'm just gonna turn my camera back on. We're not leaving. I'm sorry. I thought I was leaving and then we just started talking again. Okay, wait, dude, I had to take an Uber this morning off a 6-hour drive into a red eye and I felt so bad for my driver. Oh, fuck. That sounds fucking awful. All Sephora blended together in the Crucible. I feel like I take an Uber off of a 6-hour drive into a red. I feel like entering an Uber, like entering a car, like a small condensed space when you're that ripe is another.
Well, Uber drivers are usually worse.
No, sometimes there are cars that you walk into where there's like a perfume. Go to Europe?
Go to Europe.
To all the
Enjoy the cabs in Europe.
Are all the cabs stinky
Yes.
in Europe?
Well, and airplanes.
Airplanes?
Cabs and airplanes. Not bad. Real bad.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I feel like sometimes when we get picked up by like Uber drivers out here, a lot of the time they'll have like tons of cologne on and they'll have like their car is pristine. They'll come at you with like a Tesla and you're just like, you're actually melting and have like a thin layer of sludge on you. It's like I talked about this on the other stream. If you guys see me wearing this fleece and a beanie, I smell ripe. If you guys see me wearing this and a beanie, I smell like shit. It's always a Tesla. Like, I will walk into the Sephora today and I will smell like shit. Everybody will be perfumed out the ass and I'm going to smell like shit because I'm depressed. The beanie fleece combo is like... Okay, so what you want is a product with niacinamide, squalene, and fatty alcohols. Yes. So I use, Emily, the dupe that I found is Dr. Kiehl's. And it works really well, but you can only fucking get it at Sephora. So It Cosmetics you can get at Ulta or Target, or like there's so many stores that are near me where I can just like roll out the door, show up in my sweatpants, we're good. But if you want the Dr. Kiehl's stuff, you need to go into a Sephora, and I need to infiltrate the Sephora. It's always a Tesla when they're like that. It's true. The Dr. Kiehl stuff should be at a Nordstrom too. So Sephora's closer to me than Nordstrom, which sucks. Also, I can't really describe this to people that have never been to the Pacific Northwest before, but our main Nordstrom on the east side is in this place called Bellevue. And I don't know how to describe Bellevue to you guys. I don't know how to describe it. Bellevue is like the most affluent Chinese families. Like the most affluent people you've ever met. They are gorgeous. They are beautiful. Their money is together. Their shit is together. They have settled in Bellevue now. And Bellevue is like I will walk into the mall and it is like the most beautiful women you have ever seen in your life. They also smell amazing. They look amazing. Their outfit's net worth is like a solid like $2,000. LOL, I used to live in Sammamish. I totally get what you're saying. That mall was wild. The Bellevue Market goes insane. Or market, mall. It goes insane. It goes insane. It's not even like... It's not a bad thing. It's just... I feel... I mean, it's fine. Like, everybody's very kind when I walk into any of the stores. But I just know that they look at me and they're just like, the peasants are here. The common rabble. Bellevue Square Mall always makes me feel unhinged. See, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, little miss. The net worth of my outfits are $59. Yes, Bellevue's bougie central. It is. It's scary. Like, I don't know. They hit you with a parasite nose pinch. Yeah, they're just like, ugh. Every time I walk into the Bellevue Mall. The small folk, yeah. Dude, it fucking... Hold on, let me see if I could get... yes, the tarnished have arrived. I would get Lee to chime in on this, but Lee is actually, like... Lee has a musician privilege where he can look like he's been hit by a bus and, like, be allowed to walk into places. But there's a Keels in there. They give it to me, your Dr. Keels. Yeah, dude. Dude, I wish people... Dude, I wish I could look like shit without people staring at me. Same. And now that I'm getting older, too, it's becoming less cute. Do you know what I mean? Like, when I was younger, in my, like, early to mid-20s, if I rolled into, like, a really posh store, it was kind of like, oh, look at this, like, little hipster art kid. Look at this little hipster art kid with, like, their old... Oh my god, wait. Wales, are you still in the fucking chat? Wales, if you're in here, sound off. Do you remember... Hold on. This is like very oddly specific and targeted towards a very particular person in this chat. Do you remember my Keds that I sent you a picture of? If you're still there. Do you remember those white Keds I sent you a picture of that, like, were just fully brown? It's worse, yes. People would always tell me I looked cute and grungy, and now people are like, ma'am, do you need help? It's true. It's like not... It's not like a cute hipster counterculture, like... Ooh, you're just like... I think also, too, the counterculture back when I was growing up was very, like, the DIY punk scene. You could have shoes that are, like, duct taped together, and it would be kind of like... Ooh, yeah, oh my god, cute, hippie, dorky, get it, girl, yeah. Like, it was kind of... Yeah, man, it's hard to be a dirty punk when you're past 30. It is. It is, especially because the younger generation's counterculture is not dirty punk anymore. It's, like... that clean millennial, like iridescent or modern kind of vibe, and it's a lot more put together. Whereas like the trends back when I was in the 20s, in my 20s, it was like you crawled out of a dumpster and that was cool. But it's not cool to look like you crawled out of a dumpster anymore. The emos are coming back. I'm gonna try to use this style momentum to my advantage. It's streamer-rich energy. It is. Thanks, fast fashion. Yeah, I think it... Yeah, right? It is fast fashion based. The dumpster days are over. Yeah. Kids these days dress better than me. Ugh. Y'all would like Berlin. Okay, wait. I would literally tease my hair to make it look worse and then put on a beanie, match my lipstick perfectly to my red hair, have mascara smeared. Yes! Yes! The Tumblr, like, grungy, like, ooh. Or in my case, it was... I was hot. I was a hot thought, and now I'm washed. If you want to feel insecure, go to school with architects. Oh no. I usually hobble in looking like a ship hand in my overalls and beanie. Yeah, you gotta look like you just crawled out of like a farm off of somebody's, like I'm a stable boy. My buddy discarded his army jacket because he said he saw himself in the mirror and immediately thought he looked like a homeless man. I'm the grungiest architect on the market. Oh, yeah, a lot of architects and interior designers, I feel like, Jen, are all very much that vibe. There's also like the Target chic, which like I feel like is the bare minimum of what you're supposed to do in a corporate setting. But I can't even do that because I'm so broke. I used to be super grungy, band shirt, dirty skinny jeans, Converse every day. Now I traded that out for only solids, slacks, and skirts so I look professional everywhere I go. It's kind of nice. I used to do that, Moxie, as well. I want to say like late 20s, mid to late 20s. But a lot of that stuff, I mean, I still have it. I still have a lot of my solid and like A-line clothing. It was like that Uniqlo chic. It was like the pencil skirt with like the baggy, with like the plain t-shirt with like the quarter sleeves. But my shoes are all busted. So I still look like fucking dirty. Like I'll have like a clean top and then my my shoes and like my socks will just look fucked. I don't fit into my clothes for my 20s. Oh no. I can't find skinny jeans to buy anymore. I was actually really sad. So when I was growing up, there was this brand. Raise your hand if y'all remember Dogpile jeans. They were like the punk jeans. They were the punk jeans. Sorry, this is becoming, I'm so sorry to like all the young folks in the chat, but this is definitely becoming like geriatric memory lane hour. Oop. Wait. Hold on. This is definitely becoming I don't know what this is. But yeah, even Dogpile, like kind of back when I was in high school, stopped making their jeans, but they used to be, they were even skinnier than this. This was like, hold on, where are the original ones? I want give me the original Dogpile jeans. Like, they were, this man is like the worst man you've ever met in your life. This man will give you like a UTI. The man looks fucking awful. But there were like, you know, they had the plaid jeans, but they also just had like skinny indigo denim. It was the Scene Kid era, but also the punk era jeans. Man, I miss those days. I miss those days. Time for Pinterest. That man would sell you one cigarette for $1. It's true. It's true. The grandpa skinny jeans. Back in my day. Wait, girl, these are in? No, they're not in. They were in when I was like 16. Well, we're old now. This is like 2 decades ago. Isn't that fucked up? 1 decade, 2 decades, 1 decade. A decade and some change. The skinny jeans are so out. They're very out. I actually wore skinny jeans to the coffee shop the other day. Like hardcore, like cheap Monday BDG, like really, really, really skinny jeans. And I actually felt weird wearing them. Like I felt not good wearing them. Whoa, still alive, yes. I just can't. Wearing those jeans right now, sobbing and throwing up at the keyboard. This can't be real. The fact I measure time in my life in decades now fucks me up. It's true. It makes me feel like very ancient and like cool and mysterious, but at the same time I'm also like, I don't know what to do. Honestly, okay, wait. So Waves, my hold on, Waves, my video editor, my moderator. I miss my old American Apparel. Me too. Waves's fits are I love Waves's style, but I'm also like very okay. I'm so broke. Well, let me see if I could find one of their Cooper, please. They haven't posted a fit pic in a hot minute. What the hell? They've just posted their short shorts. Hey, Coop! Man, everybody's been up to a lot lately. Okay, anyway. I need to go. I need to head out. I need to leave because I have a lot of stuff I have to do. I have to take care of everything. Hi, I came for the Communist Dragon Guild comrade, but yeah, people turning 18 that born when I was in high school shocks me every day. I know. Okay, wish me luck. I'm gonna go to Sephora and stink that shit up, and then I'm gonna go take Cooper on a walk, and then I'm gonna take care of the rest of my life because I need to actually take care of myself. I need to shower. I need to... Glad to hear the scene kid population is recovering. Godspeed, Stinky. Hell yeah, get it. You got this. Thank you. And then I'm gonna just say fuck it and record. I have so much stuff to write and record. It's awful. Bye. Bye, everybody.